Hmm.
In the record. Need all board members on the record. Good morning. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, and in accordance with DC Code Section 2571 et seq. of the Open Meetings Act, OMA, I'm welcoming you to the regular scheduled meeting of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board. This meeting is being conducted pursuant to guidance made available by the District of Columbia's Office of Open Government regarding electronic meetings held by public bodies. Electronic meetings by the ABC Board are authorized pursuant to Section 2577A of the DC Code. Pursuant to the OMA requirements, notice of today's meeting was provided 48 hours in advance of the meeting on ABCA's website and on the District Central meeting calendar. The notice included the time, date, agenda, and call-in or login information for public participation. This electronic meeting has been hosted by a WebEx account provided by the District of Columbia government. Please address any questions or complaints to the OOG at opengovoffice@dc.gov. My name is Donovan Anderson. I'm chairperson of the board. I would like to introduce you to the members of the ABC board who are also participating electronically. Please respond when I announce your names. Mr. Silas Grant.
Mr. Silas Grant, present.
Mr. David Meadows.
Mr. David Meadows, present.
Mr. Ryan Jones.
Mr. Ryan Jones, present.
The board has 4 members in attendance for the conduct of business today, and that constitutes a quorum. Before we get underway with today's hearing calendar, I need to make a few instructions very clear so that the conduct of these hearings is understood by everyone. There are 10 cases scheduled for this morning's calendar. Once your case is called, I will take a moment for IT specialists to elevate the rights for each party to enable their camera and microphone. Then and only then will you have the ability to enable your equipment. If your case is not being heard, you will remain mute and your camera will be disabled. At the conclusion of each case, the parties will have the option to leave. If the party chooses to stay, all cameras and microphones for the concluded case will be disabled. Should you have any questions or require technical assistance during the hearing, please submit them using the question and answer feature. The first case on our calendar today, this is our protest hearing status calendar, is case number 24 PRO 00110 Pipe Dreams, license number 127406. This case has been canceled to December 4th at 10:30 a.m. The second case on our calendar is case number 24 PRO 00109 JK Entity, license number 128510. Good morning, Mr. Oriana. Can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case?
Okay, good morning. Mimsy Linder, your access has been elevated. That appears to be all, Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you. I am here. I am the ANC commissioner and I'm here. Thank you.
All right. Who is the licensee for this case?
James Kahn. Is he on?
Is there a James Kahn? can we?
I thought he was on earlier, but. Well,
I do not see him in the attendee waiting area.
okay,
I
I have
think
another one. I have another one, so I can be on. If he happens to pop on, we can grab him later, but I'll text him and see where he is. But we can proceed without him. I do have to be, I have another one on, so I'll stay in case he pops back on if you want to proceed to the next.
All right, well,
How does that work?
it's not as simple as that, ma'am. So I need to dispose of this. All right, this is because in this particular case, all right, I will let me do the second case and then I'll recall this case. All right? All right.
Okay, thank you.
All right. The next case in the calendar is case number 24 PRO 00101 Gray Sky Design and Consulting, license number 127942. So, Mr. Oriana, can you elevate the rights of the licensee in this case?
Sure. Carlos Toledo, your access has been elevated. That is all, Chairman.
Thank you.
Mimsy again.
Good morning, Carlos.
All right. Do you have a camera, sir? Can you respond for me to know that you're here?
I know he's here because we've been talking. Let's see.
Well, he's on the line, so I'm trying to figure out why is it that he's not appearing? Mr. Toledo. All right. Can you unmute yourself, sir? I can't hear you.
If you click the down caret next to unmute or mute, check your audio.
You hear me now?
Yes, sir. Okay, good morning.
Good
All right.
morning, everyone.
All right.
Sorry about the technical difficulties.
All right, good morning. Mr. Toledo, can you spell and state your name for the record and your relationship with this case, sir?
My name is Carlos Toledo. That's CarlosToledo. My company is Gray Sky Design and Consulting, and I am a social equity applicant for medical cannabis retail.
That's fine. Okay, Ms. Linder, can you please spell and state your name for the record?
Yes, my name is Mimsy Lindner. That's MIMSY, last name LINDNER. And I'm the ANC Commissioner for ANC 2E05, in which Gray Sky Designs is located.
Good morning, everyone. Mr. Toledo, do you have any preliminary matters that you need to bring to the attention of the board, meaning that not substantive, but just any concerns, problems that you've been having, sir, regarding this matter?
No, I don't. No problems to report so far.
All right, Ms. Linsner, do you have any preliminary issues you want to bring to the attention of the board?
No, we're actually in good shape. We're just slowly moving forward with getting this done. There've been a couple of questions that we're getting answers to, and we had some just out of touch issues, but we're very close, and hopefully by the end of the week we'll have something to submit.
All right, because this matter is scheduled for a protest hearing on December 4th. So therefore that's in 2 weeks, because the board, we are on leave next week for the Thanksgiving holiday. So this matter then scheduled for a protest hearing on December 4th. So if you believe that that this matter will be settled, then you can let the agency know as quickly as possible, so we do not have to assign an investigator to assign this matter. So if the parties believe that this case will truly be settled, then you can let us know. If, say, for example, if you have a settlement agreement and the ANC needs to meet to vote on it, then with the consent of the licensee, we could continue the protest hearing until the ANC votes on the settlement agreement. Just want to give you options to say if the parties truly believe that this matter will be settled.
Yes, thank you. This is Commissioner again. Let me just clarify. We will be submitting, I am relatively certain we will be submitting before I leave town on the 27th of November. And then we submit it to ABCA. That I will, at that time, will the protest hearing automatically be, I know ABCA has to look at it and send it back.
All right.
At that time, I can certainly tell them, how does that work when we haven't gotten it back from ABCA?
If a settlement agreement is submitted to the agency, we will cancel the hearing. So as long as we are in receipt of it, although you have not, the board has not reviewed it to approve it, but if the parties have submitted a settlement agreement, we will cancel the hearing, and then the board and the agency will work with the parties. If there are any unenforceable terms, then the agency will work with the parties to settle those inconsistencies. But that's what I'm saying. As long as you provide a settlement agreement, we will cancel the hearing. Okay.
I'm relatively confident that will happen, and I look forward to working with Carlos later today and this week to finalize things.
All right. Thank you. All right. So thank you very much. So since the parties are confident in this matter will be settled, thank you very much, and you have a good day. And you stay online. So,
Thank you, sir.
Mr. You stay on, ma'am. Mr. Toledo, you can leave. All right. I need to call the other case on if you reach the ownership.
Yes, excuse me, sir. Yes, he's telling me he's no computer, but he's on the phone.
All right. Okay. All right. So So hold on a minute, please. So let me recall case number 24 PRO 00109. JK entity license number 128510. The person's on the phone, so if you can give us a portion of his number so I can make sure. Is the call-in user, it's 617721. Is that person here for JK entity?
Yes.
All right, so
that is.
All right, so let me have the call-in user. Can you unmute yourself, sir? Mr. Oriana, can you help the call-in user unmute themselves, please?
I was able to unmute myself.
Okay, good. All right. So can you please spell and state your name for the record, sir?
My name is James Kahn, and spelled James Kahn, and is in Nancy.
And what is your relationship to this entity, sir?
I'm the co-owner and founder, CEO of JK Entity.
Sure, thank you. Ms. Linder, can you please identify yourself for the record?
Yes, my name is Mimsy Lindener. That's MIMSY LINDNER, and I'm the ANC Commissioner for 2E05, in which this establishment is located.
Good morning. Good morning, ma'am. All right, Mr. Khan, do you have any preliminary matters to bring to the attention of the board?
No, Ms. Linder and I, Commissioner Linder and I have been speaking regularly. We have a settlement agreement, a draft settlement agreement. There's been a few items still hammering out just related to our hours, but we spoke on the phone recently, have agreed on those hours, and I've just updated council, and they're updating the settlement agreement hopefully today.
Oh,
so we expect to have this done very soon.
All right, thank you very much. Ms. Linder, can you?
Yes, I would echo that. I would say that it's a little bit slower going than I had thought it would be, but we are happy to have the lawyers involved. And when the lawyers go MIA, sometimes it takes a little longer. So yes, Mr. Rabbi Khan and I are working together. And again, before I leave town on November 27th, I'm just going for a week, but I want to get it over with. And hopefully we'll have everything submitted by then. So it's the same situation as prior.
All right, so because this matter is scheduled for a protest hearing on December the 11th, so as long as we receive the settlement agreement as soon as we receive the settlement agreement by next week, the board will cancel
I do
the
not expect
protest
that to
hearing.
be an issue.
All right, well, thank you. So, as I stated before, the parties, since it appears that this matter will be settled, just send us a copy of the settlement agreement as soon as possible, and as soon as we receive the settlement agreement, we will cancel the hearing. Thank you for the presentation, your appearance here this morning, and have a great day.
Thank you all very much. Appreciate
All
your
right.
time.
Thank you. All right, then, bye-bye. All right, so let's now move to a showcase status here in calendar. The first case on that calendar is case number 24 CMP 00044, Kiddes Lounge, license number 119361. Good morning. Can you please, Mr. Elena, can you please elevate the rights of the government and the licensee in this case?
Sure thing. Kiddes Shea, your access has been elevated. Mescarum Balku, your access has been elevated. And Christopher Soucott, your access has been elevated. That is all, Chairman.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning. Ma'am, can you please spell and state your name for the record?
Mescarum Balko, Meskerem, first name. Last name Balkaw. I'm the Amharic interpreter.
Can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm that you will faithfully interpret these proceedings from English into Amharic and from Amharic into English?
I do.
Thank you, ma'am. Can you tell the licensee to unmute themselves and for them to unmute themselves so they can come on camera, please?
ቅድስት እንደምናደርሽ ካሜራሽን እና ማይክሮፎንሽን ክፈቺ። ሄሎ።
እሺ ከፍቻለሁ።
ኦኬ። ካሜራሽንም ክፈቺ።
All right, good morning. All right, good morning, Mr. Southcott. Can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
I believe we're getting some feedback.
Can the interpreter, can you tell Miss? Okay, you can go ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. My name is Chris Southcott, first name Chris, last name Southcott, from DC's Office of the Attorney General, representing the district.
ክሪስቶፈር ሳውስካት ነው የዲሲ የአቶርኒ ጀነራሉን ወክዬ የመጣሁት።
Good morning, sir. Miss Baku, can you ask Miss Sheikh for her to identify herself for the record by spelling and stating her name?
ቅድስት ሙሉ ስምሽን ከነ ስፔሊንጉ እንትኑ ተናገሪ።
እሺ ስሜ ቅድስት ቢራቱ ቅድስት ሻይ
ከነ ስፔሊንጉ ተናገሪ።
ስፔሊንጉ KIDIST
የአያትሽ ስም
SHAY
ቅድስት ሻይ KIDIST first name, last name SHAY.
Good morning, Miss Shea.
እንደምናደርሽ።
Mr. Southcott, are there any preliminary matters in this case?
Nothing from the government.
በዚህ ላይ ከጉዳዩ ቅድመ ሁኔታ የምትናገሩት ነገር አለ? የለውንም ነው ያሉት።
Ms. Shea, do you have any preliminary matters you need to bring to the attention of the
ይህ ጉዳይ ከመሰማቱ በፊት ከፍሬ ነገሩ ጋር የተያያዘ ሳይሆን በቅድሚያ ልትናገር የምትፈልጊው ነገር አለ?
እኔ ሳልሆን ያው እኔም ወክሎ ባለቤቴ ነው የሚሰጠው።
It is not me, it is my husband who is going to represent me in this matter.
Now, is your husband here today to represent you in this matter?
ባለቤትሽ አጠገብሽ አለ ዛሬ?
አዎ።
Yes.
And can he introduce himself for the record?
ባለቤትሽ ራሳቸውን እንዲያስተዋውቁኝ ንገሪያቸው።
እሺ።
Hello, my name is Ayele Bellete, AYELEBELETE.
All right, so Mr. Belletta, and I guess I need to get some clarification. Do you, since you are representing your wife in this matter, do you do you require an interpreter if this matter goes to a hearing, sir?
ባለቤቱን ወክለው እዚህ እስከተገኙ ድረስ ይሄ ጉዳይ ወደ መሰማት ሲሄድ የአማርኛ አስተርጓሚ ያስፈልጎታል? Yes.
Okay, fine. All right. If this matter is not settled, then this matter is scheduled for a show cause hearing on January 8th, 2025 at 10:30 a.m.
ይሄ ጉዳይ በስምምነት ካልተፈታ ጉዳዩ በጃንዋሪ 8 2025 ለስሚ ተቀጥሯል። Excuse me, sir, you said January 8th, 2025?
Yes, at 10:30 a.m.
ከጠዋት 10 ሰዓት ተኩል ላይ ተቀጥሯል።
January 8th or January 18th?
January 8th.
8 ጃንዋሪ 8 2025 ጠዋት 10 ሰዓት ተኩል ላይ።
Okay.
Okay.
All right. I also want to remind the parties that 7 days prior to the hearing, you must disclose documents and witnesses that will be relied upon at the hearing.
ስለዚህ ተከራካሪ ወገኖችን ማስታወስ የምፈልገው ጉዳዩ ከሚሰማበት ቀን ከ7 ቀን በፊት ያላችሁን ሰነዶች እንድትለዋወጡ ነው። ለመንግስትም ደርሶ እርሶም ደግሞ ለመንግስት።
What that means is that if all the documents you're going to rely upon at the hearing, all the witnesses you're going to call at the hearing, those documents must be exchanged with the government and with ABRA Legal 7 days prior to the hearing.
ስለዚህ ይሄ ማለት ምንድነው? እርስዎ በዛ የስሚ ቀን ሊያቀርቧቸው የሚፈልጓቸውን ሰነዶች የምስክሮችን ስም ዝርዝር ለመንግስትና ለአብካም የህግ ክፍል ማቅረብ አለቦት። መንግስትም ደግሞ ለእርስዎና ለአብካ የህግ አገልግሎት ክፍል ዶክመንቶችንና የምስክሮችን ስም ዝርዝር አስቀድሞ 7 ቀን በፊት መስጠት አለበት።
Mr. Southcott, do you have any questions?
የለኝም።
what's his name again? I apologize.
አየለ በለጠ።
Mr. Belletta, do you have any questions about what the instructions that were just provided to you, sir?
በዚህ በተሰጠዎት ትዕዛዝ መመሪያ ላይ ጥያቄ አለዎት? አቶ በለጠ፣ አቶ አየለ?
በዚህ ሰዓት እኔ ባለቤት ከመሆን በስተቀር ሌጋል እንትን የለኝም፣ አድቫይዝ ለማድረግ እውቀቱም ብዙ የለኝም። ግን ጠበቃ መያዝ ስለምንፈልግ ጠበቃችን ደግሞ በአጋጣሚ ለቫኬሽን ወጥተዋል። ይመለሱ አይመለሱ በዚህ ሰዓት አናውቅም እና በአጋጣሚ ካልደረሱ ኬዙ ኤክስቴንድ እንዲደረግልን ምን ማድረግ እንችላለን?
I'm not an attorney, so I cannot give her a legal advice. We want to hire a lawyer in this matter. Our lawyer is on vacation right now. He may come back on time. If he's not, can we extend the date for the hearing?
Today is November the 20th. If you have an attorney, they can contact the government, and if the parties agree to a continuance, the board will review that.
ጠበቃው ካሉት ዛሬ ኖቨምበር 20 ነው። ጠበቃ ካሉት በቀጥታ እኛን እንዲያገኘን ያድርጉ። I'm sorry, sir. Can you rephrase what you said?
The boards, if they have an attorney, their attorney can contact the government to request a continuance, and the board will consider the request once we receive such a request from their attorney.
ስለዚህ ጠበቃ ካላችሁ ጠበቃው መንግስትን የመንግስቱ ቢሮ እንዲያገኝ ያድርጉና ይሄ የቀኑ ይራዘምልን ብላችሁ የምትጠይቁትን እና ወደ መንግስት ወደ ጠበቃው ወደ እኛ ቦርድ ሲልከው እኛ ጉዳዩን አይተን መርምረን ውሳኔ እንሰጥበታለን። ቀኑ ይራዘም ብሎ ከተባለ
I'm sorry, Mr. Southcott, is this your case, sir?
No, this is not my case.
Who's the I'm sorry. Who's the attorney that's assigned to this case?
በዚህ ጉዳይ ላይ ይህንን ጉዳይ የያዘው ጠበቃ ማን እርስዎ ኖት ወይ ይህንን ጉዳይ የያዙት ብለው ሲሏቸው አይ አይደለሁም አሉ። ማን ነው ይህንን ጉዳይ የያዘው ጠበቃ ብለው ነው የጠየቋቸው?
Colin Chenchi.
ኮለን ጀፍሪ የሚባሉ ሰው ናቸው ጠበቃው።
I just want to, Mr. Belko, I'm sorry. Please let the licensee know that this case was previously continued and it is now November, and we are hoping that their counsel will contact Mr. Chenchi as soon as possible on his availability for a hearing on January 8th. Yes.
ይሄ ጉዳይ ከዚህ በፊትም ተራዝሟልና እኛ አሁን ይሄ ጉዳይ ባጭሩ ይቋጫል ብለን እናስባለንና ጠበቃው የመንግስቱን ይሄ ጉዳዩን የያዙትን ጠበቃ እንዲያገኟቸው ያድርጉ እና ይሄ ጉዳይ እንዲቋጭ ተስፋ እናደርጋለን በአጭር ጊዜ እና በጃንዋሪ 8 የሚሰማው ቀን ላይ ጉዳዩ እንዲያልቅ እንፈልጋለን።
ነው ይሄ የመጀመሪያው ሮል ኮል ሂሪንግ ነው ለዚህ እንጂ የተራዘመበት ጊዜ የለም።
This is the first roll call. The case was not continued before.
Okay, if I was wrong, then I was wrong. Okay, but the board will only continue this case unless the parties agree that. But we'll cross that bridge if we have to.
ስህተት ከሰራው ተሳስቻለሁ በዛ ጉዳይ። ስለዚህ ይሄ ጉዳይ በስምምነት ካልተቋጨ ጊዜው በሚደርስበት ጊዜ ይሄን ጉዳይ እንዴት ይሄ የጠየቃችሁትን የመራዘሙን ጥያቄ ጊዜው ሲደርስ እናያለን።
Thank you. So we'll see you on January 8th, 2025, unless this case is continued. Thank you.
በጃንዋሪ 8 እንደምናያችሁ ተስፋ እናደርጋለን ይሄ ጉዳይ ካልተራዘመ በስተቀር።
እናመሰግናለን።
Thank you very much.
All right. Have a great day. Thanks.
መልካም ቀን ይሁንላችሁ።
አሜን ለሁላችን።
All right. Thank you. All right, the next case on our calendar is case number 24 CMP 00029, Flash, license number 90823, Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the rights of the licensee in this case?
Afshin Motagi, your access has been elevated. That is our term.
Thank you.
Hi, good morning.
All right, hold on a minute, please. All right. Good morning, Mr. Southcott. Can you please spell and state your name for the record?
Good morning. This is Chris Southcott. First name Chris, last name Southcott from DC's Office of the Attorney General, representing the district.
Good morning, sir. Mr. Motagi, can you please spell and state your name for the record?
Yes, my name is Afshin Motagi. First name is Afshin. Last name Mottaghi.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Mr. Southcott, are there any preliminary matters in this case?
Nothing from the government.
Mr. Motagi, do you have any preliminary matters in the, to bring to the attention of the board?
No.
All right, then this matter is scheduled for a show cause hearing on January 8th at 10:30 a.m. I would like to remind the parties that if this matter goes to a hearing, 7 days prior to the hearing, the parties are required to disclose documents and witnesses that they will rely upon at the hearing. Failure by either side to disclose documents and witnesses to the other side or to the agency, unless reasonable cause is shown, the board is empowered to prevent that party from relying on documents and witnesses that have not previously been disclosed. Any questions by anyone?
Nothing from the government.
Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Thank you.
The next case in our calendar is case number 24 CIT 0028, Pearls Bagel, license number 116638. This case has been canceled. The government dismissed the case due to the payment of the fine. See board order number 2024-880. The next case on our calendar is case number 24 CC 00013, Virginia Market, license number 119980. Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the rights of the licensee in this case?
There's a possible call-in user that may be a licensee.
Can you mute the person for them to let me know whether or not they're here for Virginia Market?
Yeah, just sent them a request to unmute.
Thank you. Are you here? Are you here for Virginia Market?
Yes.
All right. Okay. Hold on, please. All right. Good morning, Mr. Southcott. Can you please identify yourself for the record?
Good morning. My name is Chris Southcott. First name Chris, last name Southcott from DC's Office of the Attorney General, representing the district.
Good morning. And the call-in user, can you please spell and state your name for the record and your relationship to this establishment?
Yes, my name is Ashu Bala, ASHOO. Last name is Bala, B as in boy, HALLA, and I'm the owner of Virginia Market.
Good morning, ma'am. Mr. Southcott, are there any preliminary matters in this case?
Nothing from the government.
Ms. Bala, do you have any preliminary matters you need to bring to the attention of the board?
Yes, there is this case where my one of my employees.
Hold on 1 minute, Ms. Bala. This is not to discuss the substance of the case. It's just if you have any preliminary issues you need to bring to the attention.
No,
Okay.
sorry.
All right. Okay. All right. So this matter then is scheduled for a show cause hearing on January 8th, 2025 at 10:30 a.m. Now at that on January 8th, ma'am, that's when you can provide any defense that you have regarding this case.
Okay.
I just also want to remind the parties that 7 days prior to the hearing, you are required to exchange documents and witnesses, meaning that if you're going to call a witness to testify, or if you have any documents that you're going to rely upon at the hearing, 7 days before the hearing, you must exchange those documents with the government. You should also provide a copy of those documents to ABCA Legal, and the government will also provide you with a copy of those documents. Do you have any questions, ma'am?
By government? So somebody will.
I'm sorry. Hold on a minute. There's a male and a female speaking, and
No,
I
it's
can't
me.
see them.
Sorry, it's my
I'm sorry.
manager with me. So I just want to make one thing clear. So where do I send the documents? Or
All right.
I would get a letter in the mail that I
Okay.
send the documents?
Yes. All right. So it's you send them if you you can send the documents to ABCA, ABCA.legal, legal @dc.gov. Mr. Southcott, whose case is this?
This is Andrew Coughlin's case.
And my assumption is that can you ensure that he provides them with his contact information so they will know where to submit their documents as part of their disclosure?
Yep, I can do that.
All right, so you'll send a copy of the documents to abca.legal, and you will also send a copy of the documents to the attorney. Have you been contacted by email by the attorney who's assigned to this case, ma'am?
Yes, yes.
And has that person contacted you through email or by phone call?
By phone call.
Or then you can ask that individual for his email address, and so you will provide the documents to the government through that email address.
Oh, okay. Okay, I'll do that.
And if you have any questions how to do this process, you can always I know that you probably how did you get information regarding this hearing today?
Oh, I got an email too and the letter, both.
From whom? Who did you get the email from?
So email, hold on, it's on my email. It is from Walker Danity.
All right.
Janet.
So you can Ms. Danetta Walker, so you can also, if you do not know how to exchange documents and witnesses, you can also send an email to the legal office and we will provide you some guidance, ma'am. Okay? So you can also use that email address and or the phone number that's provided, and they can also provide you some guidance on how to ensure that the documents and witnesses are exchanged 7 days prior to the hearing.
Okay. I'll do that.
All right.
You.
Thank you very much. I'll see you both then. I'll see you on January 8th at 10:30 a.m. All right. Thank you. Have a great day. The next case in our calendar is case number 24 CC 00019, Food 7 Market, license number 108479. This case has been canceled due to the submission of an offer in compromise to the board for its consideration. The next case in our calendar is case number 24 CMP 00042 and case number 24251-00030, Boohoo's Restaurant, license number 115711. This hearing is canceled. The parties entered into an offer in compromise on November 6, 2024. See board order number 2024-803. The next case on our calendar is case number 24 CMP 00002, Half Smoke, license number 100855. This is a full show cause hearing. Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the licensee in this case?
Sure. Andre McCain, your access has been elevated. And investigator Jeremy Zollicoffer, your access has been elevated. That is all, Chairman.
Thank you. Can I have all parties be on camera? Thank you. Can I have Mr. Southcott? Can you please identify yourself for the record by spelling and stating your name?
Good morning. My name is Chris Southcott, first name Chris, last name Southcott from DC's Office of the Attorney General representing the district.
Good morning. Mr. McCain, can you please spell and state your name for the record and your relationship to the establishment?
Andre McCain, ANDRE, MCCAIN, owner.
Good morning, sir. Mr. Southcott, are there any preliminary matters in this case?
No preliminary matters.
Do you have any preliminary matters that you need to bring to the attention, Mr. McCain?
No.
All right. So this is a full show cause hearing. The government has the burden to prove the case, and then then after the government has presented its case, and the licensee can present its case. All right. So does the government wish to make an opening statement?
I'll make a very brief opening statement. This case concerns a failure to file a quarterly statement for the period of July 1st, 2023 to September 30th, 2023. The evidence will show that investigator Zollicoffer received a list of establishments that had failed to file their quarterly statements for the relevant period, and that Half Smoke was on that list. He then went to the establishment and spoke with the manager and informed him that the establishment had failed to file the quarterly statement and advised the manager of future filing dates. And with that, the government believes it will be able to demonstrate that by substantial evidence.
Mr. McCain, do you wish to make an opening statement at this juncture, or will you make one once you present your case, sir?
No opening statement at this time.
All right. Does the government have a witness that they wish to call?
Yes, they wish to call investigator Jeremy Zollicoffer.
Investigator Zollicoffer, can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Your witness, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Zollicoffer. Could you please identify where you work?
I work for the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Administration as one of the investigators.
And what are your duties as an investigator?
I conduct inspections and investigations to licensed ABCA establishments in the District of Columbia.
Do your duties include checking for whether establishments have filed their quarterly statements?
Yes.
And how did you become aware? How will you become aware if establishment has failed to file a quarterly statement?
We generally get a list from the compliance analyst that's sent out to investigators to go notify establishments of fines or what have you.
And how is that list generated?
It's sent out quarterly, and then it's broken down into assignments per investigator.
Did you receive a list of establishments who had failed to file a quarterly statement for the period of July 1st, 2023 to September 2023?
Yes.
When did you receive that list?
I believe it was November 2nd, 2020. November 2nd, 2023.
Thank you. Was Half Smoke Lounge on that list?
They were.
Did you visit the establishment?
I did visit the establishment, yeah.
When did you visit the establishment related to their failure to file a quarterly statement?
It was December 13th, 2023.
Can you describe what happened during that visit?
I visited the establishment, identified myself as the ABCA investigator to the manager in charge. His name was Kenroy Thomas. Advised them of delinquent third quarter 2023 statements, and notified him that the establishment would be a case report would be written and sent to the board for adjudication.
So how long after a quarterly statement, or after a quarter ends, is an establishment required to file their quarterly statement?
They're given a grace period of 30 days after the close closing of the quarter. So in this case, they had through the month of October, and then would have went delinquent on November 1st, 2023.
I have no further questions for this witness.
Okay, hold on. Mr. McLean, do you have any questions for Investigator Zollicoffer?
No, I don't.
I guess, Mr. Zollicoffer, do you know whether or not the report was ever filed?
It was. I checked with the compliance analyst, and they filed November 28th, 2023. So it was filed. It just was submitted past the due date.
And again, when was it due?
It was due by midnight, October 31st. It went delinquent November 1st at midnight.
All right. Thank you. Any questions by any board members of the witness? Mr. McLean, do you have any questions of the witness based on the questions that I'd asked?
No, I don't at this time.
Mr. Sascott, do you have any redirect?
I do not.
All right, thank you. Investigator Zollicoffer, thank you for your testimony today, sir. Mr. Sascott, do you have another witness you wish to call?
Nope, the government rests.
All right, thank you. Mr. McLean, do you have a witness to call or do you plan to testify, sir?
No witness.
So you're going to testify, you're going to give your version of the facts, sir?
Yes.
Yeah. Can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I swear.
Go ahead, sir.
Yes, it's correct. The report was filed late. My general manager, who was supposed to submit the report, had fallen ill, and we were unaware that the report was not filed. As soon as we were made aware, we filed the report, and I believe we've been in compliance ever since.
Anything else you wish to say, sir?
No, thank you.
Mr. Southcott, do you have any questions for the witness?
I do not.
Does any board members have any questions for the witness? Hearing none, all right, fine. Does the government wish to make a closing statement?
Very briefly. Members of the board, the law is clear. An establishment has 30 days from the close of a quarter to file their quarterly statements. This establishment acknowledges that they did not file their quarterly statements until almost a month after the period had elapsed for which they should have filed their quarterly statements for the period in question. Therefore, the district believes the charge should be sustained based on substantial evidence of the record.
Thank you. Mr. McLean, what is it that you're asking the board to do, sir, in your closing?
I'm asking for some level of leniency based on my manager being ill, and our acknowledgement and swift response to, albeit late, to rectify the matter.
So you're asking for that's what you're asking for, leniency, sir?
That's correct.
All right. Thank you. Anything else?
You mentioned that.
You can't ask him a question, Mr. You cannot ask, he's doing closing, so you cannot ask a question at this juncture, unfortunately. All right. Is there anything else you want to say, sir? That's it? No, I'm just it. Are you done?
I'm done.
Okay, fine. All right. So the record is now closed. All right, so let me bring closure to this. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia and in accordance with DC Official Code Section 2575 of the Open Meetings Act, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting for the purpose of seeking legal advice from our counsel on case number 24 CMP 00002 Half Smoke pursuant to DC Official Code Section 2575B4A of the Open Meetings Act and deliberating upon case number 24 CMP 00002 Half Smoke for the reasons cited in DC Official Code Section 2575B13 of the Open Meetings Act. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. As it appears that the motion has passed, I hereby give notice that the ABC Board will recess this proceedings to hold a closed meeting pursuant to Section 2575 of the Open Meetings Act. Thank you very much for your presentation today, and the Board will issue a decision within 75 days. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Thank you.
We have dispensed with our morning calendar, and since we have now dispensed with our morning calendar, let us now do our agenda items for the morning. The first agenda item that we will discuss this morning is the legal agenda settlement agreement. The first agenda item is number 1, review of the first amendment to settlement agreement dated November 12, 2024 by and between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 2E, the Citizens Association of Georgetown, and La Bonne Veche, license number 127000. I make a motion that we approve this agreement. Is there a second?
Ms. Quinn, I second.
Ms. Quinn, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 5-0. Number 2, review of the amendment to the settlement agreement dated November 11th, 2024 by and between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 6B and the Folger Theater Group, license number 001792. I make a motion that we approve this agreement. Is there a second?
Mr. Meadows, I second.
Mr. Meadows, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 3, review of settlement agreement dated November 12, 2024 by and between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 6B and St. George's, license number 129296. I make a motion that we approve this agreement. Is there a second?
Mr. Jones, I second.
Mr. Jones, I second the motion. Will have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 4, review of settlement agreement dated November 12, 2024 by and between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 6B and St. George's, license number 129297. I make a motion that we approve this agreement. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
And Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 5, review of a settlement agreement dated November 12, 2024 by and between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 6B and Union Kitchen, license number 129641. I make a motion that we approve this agreement. Is there a second?
Quinn, I second.
Ms. Quinn, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 6, review of a settlement agreement dated November 8th, 2024 by and between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 3D and the Fitzgerald of Palisades, license number 129529. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Meadows, I second.
Mr. Meadows, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. We now move to our legal agenda, or our regular legal agenda. The first matter in the legal agenda, it's a review of an offer in compromise in lieu of a hearing. This is for a 7-food store, license number 108479. The offer in compromise is as follows. Charge 1, sale to minor, statutory authority, DC Code Section 25781A1. There is a fine of $3,000 payable within 30 days, or the license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine is paid. The licensee shall be suspended for 10 days, with 4 days to be served and 6 days to be stayed for 1 year. Number 2, all employees who serve alcoholic beverages in the licensed establishment must complete an alcohol training program within 3 months of the date of this OIC. Charge 2, fail to take reasonable steps to ascertain legal drinking age. Statutory authority, DC Code Section 25783B. There is a fine of $2,000 paid within 30 days, or the license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine has been paid. I therefore make a motion that the offer in compromise be accepted. Is there a second?
Ms. Quinn, I second.
Ms. Quinn, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 2, review of requests for reinstate of canceled license submitted November 8th, 2024. The license was canceled on November 6, 2024, pursuant to Board Order number 2024-854. This is 1107, license number 126821. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Meadows, I second.
Mr. Meadows, second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 3, review of request for reinstatement of canceled license submitted November 12, 2024. License was canceled on November 6, 2024, pursuant to Board Order number 2024 forget about the board order. I don't have all the board order, but the license was canceled on November 6th. This is for Crab Plug Seafood and Bar, license number 118192. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Jones, I second the motion.
Mr. Jones, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 4, review of protestant ANC's motion for reconsideration of dismissed protest dated November 8th, 2024 in case number 24 PRO-104. This is Minnesota Liquors, license number 106557. I make a motion that we deny the request. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant, I second the motion. We have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 5, review of applicant's opposition to protestant's motion for reconsideration of dismissed protest dated November 18th, 2024. This is the Minnesota Liquors, license number 106557. This is now moot. Number 6, review of correspondence from Advisory Neighborhood Commission 2G regarding process improvements for conducting protest investigation and the production of the protest investigative report. This is an FYI for the board. We now move to our legal agenda, medical cannabis. The first matter on our legal agenda, medical cannabis, is review of the motion for reconsideration. This is in elevated tours, license number. This is appeal of a denial of an application due to proximity to a recreational center. I make a motion that we continue this matter pending review of additional filings. Is there a second?
Ms. Quinn, I second.
Ms. Quinn, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 2, review of consent motion resolving cease and desist matter. This is board order number 2024-536. This is elevated tours. This is unlicensed. I make a motion that we approve this matter. Is there a second?
Mr. Meadows, I second your motion.
Mr. Meadows, a second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. Then that matter passed 5-0. Number 3, review of offer and compromise with landlord respondent. This is Farmers Donors DC. This is an unlicensed. This is an unlicensed establishment, and the offer in compromise is as follows. Number 1, the landlord affirms that Stones DC has permanently vacated the premises. Number 2, landlord affirms that it has either 1, received affirmative confirmation from the Stones DC that it acknowledges the termination of its lease and has vacated the premises, or 2, has evicted Stones DC from the premises as evidenced by Exhibit A attached. Number 3, landlord acknowledges that it is responsible for returning any property owned by Stones DC that remains in the premises and over which Stones DC has a legal right to return. Number 4, landlord agrees to not lease the premises to any unlicensed cannabis distributors at any time in the future. Number 5, landlord agrees to notify ABCA when it has leased the premises to a new tenant and to provide the tenant's name and contact information. Number 6, the cease and desist order remains in effect and applies and it continues to apply to landlord. And number 7, ABCA shall make the keys to the premises available to the landlord for pickup at its office or until another mutually agreed upon date and time. I therefore make a motion that the offer in compromise be accepted. Is there a second?
Mr. Jones, I second the motion.
Mr. Jones, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows,
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones,
Mr. Jones, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 4, review of request for hearing. This is cease and desist. This is for Street Lawyer Services. This is an unlicensed establishment. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 5, review of notice of automatic extension of conditional license manufacturer. This is for Gorilla Hydroponics LLC. License number 126525. This is a moot. This review is now moot. Number 6, review of notice of automatic extension of conditional license cultivation center. This is again for Gorilla Hydroponics LLC, license number 126526. This is also a moot issue. Number 7, review of withdrawal of request for hearing on cease and desist order filed November 12, 2024 by District Tobacco. This was in a result of case number 24 ULC 00035. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Quinn, I second.
Ms. Quinn, I second the motion. We have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 8, review of motion to dismiss respondent Horizon 212 LLC, Rodney Marshall trade name in the CAT. This is in case number 24 ULC 00023. This is a license. I make a motion that we continue this matter, this review, pending a response from the government. Is there a second?
Mr. Meadows, I second.
Mr. Meadows, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 9, review of notice of summary action. This is for in the cut. This is for unlicensed establishment. This is in case number 24 ULC 00034. I make a motion that we approve this request for hearing. Is there a second?
Mr. Jones, I second the motion.
Mr. Jones has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 10, review of notice of summary action. This is Capital Buds. This is in case number 24 ULC 00035. This is unlicensed establishment. I make a motion that we approve the request for hearing. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 11, review of notice of summary action. This is for Coupons R Us. This is in case number 24 ULC 00041, unlicensed establishment. I make a motion that we grant the request for hearing. Is there a second?
Ms. Quinn, I second.
Ms. Quinn, I second the motion. We'll Now have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant,
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn,
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows,
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones,
Mr. Jones, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 12, review of request for hearing. This is cease and desist. This is a request from the landlord. This is for District Taco. This is in case number 24. I'm sorry, District Tobacco. This is in case number 24 ULC 00035 on license. I make a motion that we approve the request for a hearing. Is there a second?
Mr. Meadows, I second your motion.
Mr. Meadows, second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant,
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn,
Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows,
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones,
Mr. Jones, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 13, review of withdrawal of request for a hearing. This is summary closure. This is for Kavilia, K-A-L-I-V-A. This is in case number 24 ULC 00041 unlicensed. I make a motion that we approve this request for withdrawal. Is there a second?
Mr. Jones, I second the motion.
Mr. Jones, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Jones. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree, and the matter passed 5-0. Number 14, review of an offer in compromise. This is the landlord respondent. This is for Supreme Terpene. This is in case number 24 ULC 00025. This is unlicensed establishment. And the offer in compromise is as follows. Number 1, the landlord affirms that the unlicensed establishment has permanently vacated the premises. Number 2, landlord affirms that it has, number 1, either receive affirmative confirmation from the unlicensed establishment that it acknowledges the termination of its lease and has vacated the premises, or R2, has evicted unlicensed establishment from the premises as evidenced by Exhibit A. Number 3, landlord acknowledges that it is responsible for returning any property owned by the unlicensed establishment that remains in the premise and over which the unlicensed establishment has a legal right to return. Number 4, landlord agrees to not lease the premises to any unlicensed cannabis distributors at any time in the future. Number 5, landlord agrees to notify ABCA when it has leased the premises to a new tenant and to identify the tenant, who the tenant is. Number 6, the cease and desist order of all portion of the final order which do not relate to the closure of the premise remains in effect and continue to apply to landlord. Number 7, ABCA shall make the keys to the premises available to landlord for pickup at its offices or at another mutually agreed upon time, date, and location. I therefore make a motion that the offer in compromise be accepted. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 15, review of offering compromise. The respondent, this is in Green Cloud Shop. This is in response to 24 ULC 00005. This is, again, an unlicensed establishment. The offer in compromise is as follows. Cease operation. Respondent shall cease operating as an unlicensed cannabis retailer selling cannabis and cannabis products or take any other actions that violate DC Code Section 7-1671.08. A, respondent shall provide proof within 7 days of the board approving this offering compromise that it is no longer leasing the premises and has vacated 706 Kennedy Street Northwest. B, the District of Columbia shall have the authority to enforce this offer and compromise and the board's July 10th, 2024 cease and desist order, board order number 2024-483 in Superior Court of the District of Columbia or by any other avenue as outlined in DC Code Section 7-1671.12 AF. 2, collection of personal items. Respondent may schedule with ABCA enforcement a mutually convenient time to retrieve personal items as listed in 2B from 706 Kennedy Street Northwest, Washington, D.C. 20011. Respondent shall be accompanied by representatives from ABCA and the Metropolitan Police Department. A, if respondent wishes to schedule a time to retrieve personal items, it shall contact ABCA enforcement within 7 days of the board approving this offer and compromise. ABCA will not return to respondent any items seized by ABCA or MPD. B, personal items respondent may retrieve are TVs, computers, cash registers, credit card terminals, display cases, cleaning supplies and equipment, non-cannabis products and accessories for food items, and a safe. I make a motion that the offer and compromise be accepted. Is there a second?
Quinn, I second.
Ms. Quinn, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
And I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. This is the legal agenda medical cannabis addendum. Number 1, review of medical cannabis notice of fixed emergency and proposed rulemaking. I make a motion that the board approves this rulemaking. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I
Mr.
second the
Meadows?
motion. Oh, sorry.
Mr. Grant and Mr. Meadows, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. We now move to our legal agenda medical cannabis second addendum. Number 1, review of request for hearing. The summary action. This is in Trippy Wizard. This is in case number 24 ULC 00046. I make a motion that we grant this request for hearing. Is there a second?
Mr. Jones, I second the motion.
Mr. Jones has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 2, review of offer and compromise with respondent. This is for VIP clientele, Supreme Clientele. This is in response to case number 24 ULC 00041 unlicensed. The offer and compromise is as follows. Number 1, remediation. Respondent agrees to operate solely as a retail establishment that sells, among other things, apparel and artworks. Before lifting the summary closure, respondent shall provide documentation to the board that it has received a basic business license that reflects its operation as a retail establishment. Respondent also agrees to remove all physical and online advertising of VIP Clientele, Supreme Clientele LLC related to cannabis or cannabis products. 2, products not to be offered, exchanged, or sold. Respondent agrees to not offer, exchange, or sell either in the store or online the following products. 1, flavored tobacco. 2, cannabis or cannabis products, including hemp and CBD. 3, Kratom, Kratom, and 4, any Schedule I substance, including psychedelic mushrooms and DIMETHYLYLTRYPTAMINE, DMT. Number 3, cease and desist order to remain in effect. The respondent's current cease and desist order, board order number 2024-482, dated July 10th, 2024, shall remain in effect and will apply against respondent. A violation of the respondent's cease and desist order shall be grounds for the board to issue a subsequent notice of summary closure. 4, inspection. Respondent agrees to allow ABCA investigators to inspect the entire premises of the business during these hours that it's open to the public to verify that the business is not selling those products listed in paragraph 2. Number 5, licensing. Notwithstanding paragraph 2, nothing in this OIC precludes the respondent from applying for a medical cannabis license from the board to sell or deliver cannabis and cannabis products at a location that is eligible for a medical cannabis dispensary license. 6, lifting of the summary closure. The current summary closure shall remain in effect until the board is satisfied that the requirements of paragraph 1 have been satisfied. I therefore make a motion that the offer and compromise be accepted. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Let's now do the licensing agenda. The first matter on the licensing agenda, review of application for entertainment endorsement inside the premises. This is for Takara Distrito, DISTRITO, federal, license number 1111687. I make a motion that we placard this matter. Is there a second?
Ms. Quinn, I second.
Ms. Quinn, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 2, review request for approval to provide a gift of prepared food samples that does not exceed $500 in value to various licensed retail establishments. This is from Breakthrough Beverage, license number 124554. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Meadows, I second.
Mr. Meadows, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 3, review request for approval to provide a gift of prepared food samples that doesn't exceed $500 in value to Tony's Market, Abra, license 102043. The request has been made by Breakthrough Beverage, license number 124554. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Jones, I second the motion.
Mr. Jones has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Ms. Quinn.
Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Grant. Mr. Anderson agrees. The matter passed 4-0. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree. My apologies.
The matter therefore passes 5-0. Number 5, review request for approval to provide a gift of Washington Commanders tickets that does not exceed $500 in value to various licensed retail establishments. The request has been made by Breakthrough Beverage, license number 124554. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones,
Mr. Jones, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. We now move to our supplemental licensing agenda. The first matter on our supplemental license agenda is review application for stipulated license with letter of ANC support for a new ABC license. This is for Fuddruckers, license number 130414. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Quinn, I second.
Ms. Quinn, I second the motion. We have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant,
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn,
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows,
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 2, review request for a disposal permit to transport unopened alcoholic beverage inventory to Mia Vita at the wharf. License number 105768, and the request is being made by Mia Costa. This is from Mia Costa, license number 117679. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Meadows, I second your motion.
Mr. Meadows, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Now let's do the second supplemental licensing agenda. The first matter on the second supplemental licensing agenda, review request for an extension of the temporary operating retail permit approved on September 11, 2024 in board order number 2024-623. This is for Via Roma, license number 129878. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Jones, I second the motion.
Mr. Jones has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. So let's now do our cancellation agenda. On the cancellation agenda, there are 5 establishments. The ABC board will be canceling these licenses for the reasons above. I will list all 5 and then I'll make a motion that the board cancel these licenses. So the first one is the Great American Bistro, license number 116742. The license out of business. Number 2 is Thai Poon, license number 103848. The licensee requests cancellation. Number 3, it's Union Kitchen, license number 111996. The licensee requested cancellation. Number 4, Restaurant Associates, Abra 114429. The licensee requested cancellation. Oh, there's only 4. I said 5, but there are only 4 establishments. I make a motion then that the ABC board cancel those licenses. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. So I'm going to now go through the temporary one-day and substantial change agenda. There are 11 applicants on this agenda. I will review the names of the applicants. I will also give the type of license they have applied for, the date of the event, the license number, the attendees, and I'll make a recommendation for approval. And I will, at the end of the list, I'll ask that the ABC board approve the recommendation that's made by the board. The first licensee is Lana L. Zane for one-day license class F. This is for a podcast. This is November 21st. The license number is 130602. 150 attendees, 3 security guards approval. Number 2, another request from Lana L. Zine, a one-day license class F podcast. This is November 25th. The license number is 130603. 150 attendees, 3 security guards approval. Number 4, a request from Iza Rizbala, a one-day license class F for baby shower. This is November 23rd. The license number is 130635. 60 attendees, 3 security guard approval. Number 4, request from James Macaris, a one-day license class G fundraiser, December 8th. The license number is 130597. 90 attendees, 3 security guards approval. Number 5, a request from Torrance Swain, a one-day license class G music festival. This is December 13th, December 14th. The license number is 130639. 220 attendees, 10 security guards approval. A request from Hotel AKA Washington Circle for one-day substantial change. It's a Christmas party. Nature of substantial change to have live entertainment located on Summer Garden. This is December 16th. The license number is 129975. Substantial change license 24 SC 01124. Approval. Number 7, a request from ANC Theaters, Georgetown 14, one-day substantial change. This is on Thanksgiving. Substantial change to extend hours of sales and service starting at 10 a.m. This is on November 27th through the 29th. The license number is 099730. Substantial change license 24 SC 01125. Approval. Number 8, Lindy Promotions Pub Crawl, Bad Santa Crawl. Bad Santa Crawl. This is December 14th. And the license number is 110455. The substantial change license 24 PCE 00030. Final approval for 2500. These events were already occurred, so the board will retroactively approve these events. A request from Justin Decabom, a one-day license class F, private reception. This event was November 14th. The license number is 130564. 110 D3 security guards approval. Number 10, Jonathan Wright, one-day license class F, memorial service. This was November 16th. The license number is 130587. 70 attendees to approve, 2 security guards approval. Number 6, a request from Anita Ellis, one-day license class G, award ceremony. This was November 19th. The license number is 130605. 200 attendees, 4 security guards approval. Number 11, a request from La Dolce Vita Dilupo LLC, one-day substantial change, private reception. This was November 14th through the 15th through the 16th. The license number is 117978. Substantial change license 24 SC 01111. Approval. I therefore make a motion that ABC Board approves the recommendations made by the chair for the one-day substantial change and temporary license docket. Is there a second?
Mr. Jones, I second the motion.
Mr. Jones and Ms. Quinn, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 5-0. So let's do the license administrative docket for alcohol. On the license administrative docket for alcohol, there are 18 applicants on this docket for today, and without objection, I make a motion that ABC Board approve all the applicants on the license administrative docket for Wednesday, November 20th, 2024. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. So now let's go to our medical cannabis licensing agenda. I'm going to review all 12 agenda items, and I will state what the recommendations is. At the end of the list, I will ask the ABC board members to approve the recommendations as made by the chair. So the first one, this is for conditional applications. Number 1, review of standard application for conditional taste and laboratory license. This is for Capital Chemistry, license number 129422, approval. Number 2, review a standard application for conditional new retailer license. This is the Safe House LLC, license number 129332. This matter will be referred back to licensing. Number 3, review of standard application for conditional new internet retailer license. This is Safe House LLC, license number 129333. Refer this matter back to licensing. Standard application. Number 4, review of social equity application for new retailer license with delivery, safe use facility treatment, and summer garden endorsements. This is for Pull Up DC, license number 128877. Recommendation placard. Number 5, review of social equity application for new internet retail license. This is for Local D, license number 127945. Recommendation for placard. Number 6, review of social equity application for new internet retailer license. This is for Gifted Curators, license number 129053. Recommendation placard. Number 7, review of social equity application for new retailer license with delivery endorsement, with delivery, tasting, educational tasting, safe use facility treatment, and summer garden endorsement. This is 411's, license number 128903, recommendation placard. Number 8, review of social equity application for new retailer license with delivery endorsement. This is for Hotbox DC LLC, license number 128305, recommendation placard. Number 9, review of social equity application for new retailer license with delivery and education tasting endorsements. This is for Georgetown Wellness Dispensary, license number 128852, recommendation placard. Request. Number 10, review of denial appeal for social equity application of conditional internet retail license. This is for EDC, license number 129076. The appeal is denied due to missing documentation that is still outstanding, so therefore recommendation denial. Number 11, review of denial appeal for social equity application of conditional retailer license. This is for DC Exotica LLC, license number 129058, recommendation approval. Number 12, review of denial appeal for social equity application for conditional internet retailer license. This is DC Exotica LLC, license number 129059, approval. I therefore make a motion that ABC Board approve the recommendations as made by the chair for the medical cannabis licensing agenda. Is there a second?
Ms. Quinn, I second.
Ms. Quinn has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. And our final agenda item for today, it's a medical cannabis licensing administrative docket. There are 3 applicants on the medical cannabis license administrative docket for Wednesday, November 26, 2024. And without objection, I make a motion that ABC Board approves this docket. Is there a second?
Mr. Meadows, I second.
Mr. Meadows, I second the motion. We have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant,
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn,
Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows,
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones,
Mr. Jones, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. All right. I have disposed of all the agenda items for the morning, along with our calendar for the morning, and so therefore the board will be in recess until our 1:30 hearing. I now ask all board members to return to executive session for further action. Have a great morning. Thank you. So I'll see the board now in executive session. Thank you.
Hey, David, if you don't mind switching over to the executive session, please.
Good afternoon. We're on the record. Good afternoon. Good afternoon and welcome to the afternoon session of the ABC board. My name is Donovan Anderson. I'm chairperson of the board. Joining me this afternoon are two other board members, Mr. Silas Grant and Mr. David Meadows. The board has 3 members in attendance for the conduct of business this afternoon, and that constitutes a quorum. If you have any technical issues and you need our assistance, please put the information in the chat, and our IT specialist will work to try to solve your technical concerns. So let me just call the cases that we have on our calendar for this afternoon. The first case that we have is a summary action hearing case number 24 ULC 00005 Green Cloud Shop. This is an unlicensed cannabis retailer. This case was canceled due to the submission and approval of an offer in compromise that the board voted upon during our morning session. The next case in our calendar is case number 24 PRO 00071 J&D Market, license number 103723. This case has been continued to January 5th, 2025 at 1:30 p.m. See board order number 2024-861. The next case in our calendar is case number 24 PRO 00103 DC Food Market, license number 106962. This case has been rescheduled to January 29th, 2025 at 1:30 p.m. And the only case that we have for this afternoon is now case number 24 PRO 00085 Smoke and Things 2, license number 128451. Good afternoon, Mr. Oriana. Can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case?
Good afternoon. Carl Hoffman, your access has been elevated. Destiny Story, access elevated. James Thomas, your access has been elevated. Supervisor Investigator Jason Peru, access has been elevated. Carla M. Lewis, access elevated. And Siobhan J. Smith, Esquire, access elevated. That is all, Chairman.
All right, thank you. Can everyone, I need all the parties to be in camera. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the afternoon session of the ABC board. Prior to starting, I just want to alert the parties that board member Terry Ann Quinn, she has recused herself from participating in this case, and the reason why she has recused herself is because she was involved in an ANC action regarding she was involved in an ANC action regarding this licensee, so that's one of the reasons why she's not here. So she has affirmatively recused herself from participating in this hearing. And also prior to starting, I also want to alert the parties that I have a commitment at 4 p.m. that we have to take. I have a hard stop at 4 p.m. that I have to take a break. So we have to take a break between 4 and 4:30. So I have a hard stop at 4 o'clock, and that we will reconvene back at 4:30. But as I said before, we have to stop at 4 o'clock, irrespective of what's going on, and then we will reconvene again at 4:30. So let me have the parties identify themselves for the record. Let's start. I think that it appears that the representative for, I'm sorry, for Food and Things is Siobhan Smith. Who is Siobhan Smith?
Good afternoon, Siobhan Smith. I'm counsel for
Yes.
Smoking Things 2 Incorporated.
Good afternoon, Ms. Smith. And who is your client, ma'am?
My client is Mr. James Thomas, and he's here with me as well today.
Mr. Thomas, can you identify yourself for the record, please?
How you doing? I'm James Thomas. I'm the owner of Smoking Things.
Ms. Lewis, can you identify yourself for the record, please?
Yes, my name is Carla Lewis. I am the ANC 5E Chair as well as the ANC 5E02 Commissioner, where the establishment is located.
All right, this is a protest hearing where the ANC is protesting the issuance of this license. It's my understanding that there might be a preliminary issue. Do you have any preliminary issue? And I guess I'll start with you, Ms. Thomas. Do you have any preliminary matters that you wish to address?
No, I don't have any preliminary issues.
Oh, no. Hold on. I'm sorry. I apologize. Mr. Thomas, you hired Ms. Smith to represent you. And so if I accidentally address you, please do not respond to me. You can only respond to me through Ms. Smith.
Okay.
The only time you can respond to me is if you are a witness and I ask you a question. But because you have an attorney, all the communication that I will have is through Ms. Smith. The preliminary issue that I was asking was, I apologize. It was my understanding there was a preliminary issue by you, Ms. Lewis. Is that correct? Or is there a
Yes,
preliminary
that
issue?
is correct. Two of my witnesses are not available today. The key witness is having eye surgery, and another nearby neighbor has a conflict. Scheduled meet conflict.
And so what is it that you're asking the board?
I'm asking, I would like to move for continuance.
And when was it that have you consulted Ms. Smith?
I have not consulted Mr. I just found out about it today, at least one of them.
All right, so you just found it. And Ms. Smith, Ms. Lewis is requesting a continuance. Do you have a position on that, ma'am?
Yes, we would object. This is a rescheduled date already, which we understand the board had a conflict and this had to be moved. My clients are spending quite a bit of money in a place that, they can't utilize until they have final say from this board. We are here with our two witnesses. I see that one of Ms. Lewis's witnesses is here. So we would request that the matter proceed today.
Any comments, anything you want to say, Ms. Lewis?
Yes, as I stated, the primary witness and the primary reason why the ANC is protesting this matter is not able to attend today because of medical reasons. And so I'm requesting that the board consider continuance of this matter until that witness is able to attend.
Give me this is an application for a new license. And so because it's an application for a new license, by statute, the board has to issue a decision. I believe the board has 60 days to issue a decision because it is an application for a new license, and the board has no discretion in unilaterally agreeing to a continuance. And so unless, and I know this case was continued previously, I believe on the boards, because, yeah, and unless the licensee agrees to the continuance, the board does not have any discretion in granting a motion because of the legal requirements that we must issue a decision within 60 days for a new license. So with that said, I have to make a motion that we deny your continuance, ma'am, because the board does not have any discretion in granting a continuance for any reason for a new license unless the licensee agrees.
Okay.
Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant, I second the motion. I'll take a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 3-0. So therefore, the motion is denied, and so therefore, we will move forward with the protest hearing. And the process, are there any other preliminary matters? Do you have any preliminary matters, Ms. Smith?
No, I do not.
Why is it that I can hear you speaking, Ms. Smith, and you're on mute? I guess unless someone else's line is picking you up.
My
All
client
right.
is right next to me. So
Okay, great. And thank you for doing that, because if all the lines were open, then we wouldn't hear anything. That's why
I
I'm like, okay.
understand. Yes.
All right. Okay, thanks.
I would like to say
Yes, Ms.
something
Lewis.
else.
Go ahead, Ms. Lewis.
Okay. So since my primary witness is not available to testify, as well as another witness is not available, would I be able to, for the record, read in their written testimonies?
Unfortunately, ma'am, you cannot read in their testimonies because Ms. Smith is not able to cross-examine the document, and so therefore she has the right to cross-examine any witness, and she cannot cross-examine a document that's been read in the record. So any statements that's going to be in the record has to be subject to cross-examination.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
That's it?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So this is how a protest hearing operates. The board will call its witness, and the witness that the board will call is Mr. Peru. Mr. Peru, he's the investigator. He will review his report. Once the board chair will ask questions of Mr. Peru regarding the contents of his report. Once the board chair and other board members have had an opportunity to question Mr. Peru, then the applicant will have an opportunity to question Mr. Peru on the report. Once the applicant questions Mr. Peru on the report, then Ms. Lewis, you'll have an opportunity to question Mr. Peru on his report. After Ms. Lewis has had an opportunity to question Mr. Peru on the report, if other board members, if they so desire to ask questions, they can, and then the board will rest its case. Once the board has rested its case, then Ms. Smith, you would call your witnesses, and once Ms. Smith called her first witness, and you, Ms. Lewis, will have an opportunity to cross-examine the witnesses by the applicant. The board then will have an opportunity to ask questions of the witness, and then I will give both parties another opportunity to ask questions of the witness. And we're going to complete this hearing today, and once the applicant has presented its case, then the ANC will have an opportunity to present its case, and we'll do closing. So we'll finish the case. So as I stated before, I apologize, but we're going to have a hard stop at 4 o'clock. Because we have to stop at 4 o'clock, and then we will continue this hearing back at 4:30. 30. All right. So the board then, any other preliminary matters that needs to be addressed before we start by either side?
Not from applicant, no.
And for you, Ms. Lewis? Ms. Lewis, any further preliminary matters before we start? Ms. Lewis?
No, sorry, I was
Okay.
unmuted.
Okay, thank you. All right, so the board will call its first witness, and it's Supervisor Investigator Peru. Mr. Peru, can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Can you state and spell your name for the record?
Supervisory Investigator Jason Peru, Jasonperu.
And Mr. Peru, where are you currently employed?
With the District of Columbia's Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Administration.
And what is your role? I'm sorry, how long have you been working for this agency, the administration, sir?
A little over 11 years.
And what has been your role during the 11 years you've been working for the agency?
As an investigator to conduct investigations and inspections of alcohol licensees and now cannabis licensees and unlicensed cannabis establishments.
And what's your current role with the agency?
As a supervisory investigator in charge of cannabis enforcement, I conduct inspections of and investigations of licensed and unlicensed cannabis facilities in a district. And as a supervisor, I also manage other staff.
Thank you. And how long have you been working in specifically in cannabis?
Cannabis since October of 2020. So 4 years.
And what is it that you've been doing as far as cannabis has been concerned since October 2020?
I conduct inspections of the licensed establishments, licensed retailers and licensed growers and cultivators, and I also conduct inspections and enforcement on unlicensed cannabis retailers in a district.
And are you familiar with Smoke and Things 2 Inc.?
I am.
How did you become familiar with this establishment?
I became familiar with this new location of their. I'm familiar with the establishment. They have a location on North Capitol Street as an unlicensed operator. I'm familiar with this location, 25 Florida Avenue, based on the request from licensing to do a protest hearing.
All right. So did you write a report?
I did.
Are you able to share your report with us?
I am.
All right. I'm Mr. Oya. Thank you, sir. So, Mr. Peru, what is the document that's on our screen?
This is going to be the protest report that I drafted.
And so who's protesting this license?
So this is being protested by ANC 5E, represented by Chairperson Carla Lewis.
And what's the purpose? Why is this application being protested?
So the letter that was submitted states that there was an adverse impact on peace, order, and quiet, parking, litter, vehicular traffic, and the quality of life of the residents will be severely impacted, is what was written in the letter.
Now, did you have an opportunity to speak to the protestant?
I did.
And what information were you able to gather based on your conversation with the protestant?
So I spoke to Ms. Lewis on Wednesday, October 30th. And basically, Ms. Lewis stated that the ANC had two main concerns regarding the proposed location of Smoking Things 2. One of the concerns was that there was a daycare at the opposite corner of the block of Smoking Things, and the other concern was the establishment had requested an outdoor summer garden and smoking. So Ms. Lewis, during that conversation, did state that she was willing to negotiate a settlement agreement with the owners, but she had not heard from them at that point in time on Wednesday, October 30th.
Did you have an opportunity to speak to the owner?
I did. On Wednesday, October 30th, I spoke with Mr. Thomas and his representative, Chris Isaacs. I informed them of the conversation I had with Ms. Lewis, and they stated to me that they were willing to remove the summer garden from their application and that they would be willing to speak to the ANC regarding the possible settlement agreement. I also scheduled a time and date to meet with them to do a walkthrough and take photos of their location.
So just tell us about, you said you did a walkthrough, so tell us a little bit about the walkthrough, sir.
So I met with Mr. Thomas and his rep, Mr. Isaacs, at 25 Florida Avenue on Monday, November 4th. And I walked through the three spaces. The business has a basement, location has a first floor, then has a upper level second floor, the way it's set up. And the owner had walked me through everything and the spaces and had showed it to me. I can scroll down to the photos to kind of
Sure, you can go ahead.
Yeah, to talk through that. So I can just zoom out here. So this is, well, to back up some, this is the daycare. I did walk the block to see where the daycare was located that Miss Lewis had discussed. It's over 250 feet from the front door. So this is the daycare at the opposite corner. And this is the sidewalk behind the daycare that you could see just to walk us through things. And this is Smoking Things at 25 Florida. There's an empty, vacant parking lot that's not theirs. It's a different owner that's sitting right next to them. So this is where they had, according to the owners, they had discussed and thought it would be a cool concept to possibly have a summer garden out here at some point if they could obtain a lease with the parking lot and the owner. That hasn't happened, but it was just an idea that was put out there, and that's why they included that as part of their application. As I keep scrolling, Exhibit 7 here, you can see is the main entrance. This is the main entrance, but they're still deciding if this is going to be the entrance and lobby or if the lobby was going to be the basement, which is this lower section down here. You can see better on this door. So this is the basement, which they may be their check-in and lobby, or it could be this first floor up these stairs. That hasn't been decided yet. And then this is inside of the location. These stairs lead to the next level. You can see here, this is none of this space, just to be clear, this has been vacant for some time, and according to the owners, none of this stuff has been renovated. They haven't started construction because they wanted to get through this hearing first, and to make sure they weren't going to spend money on doing this. They're already spending money on rent, they explained to me. And then this is the upper level. It used to be a barber shop, as you can see. This is the top level, where they are considering putting their safe use treatment area for on-site consumption for guests and patrons of the retail space. So that's really the three spaces that we have.
Okay.
Just to go back, Mr. Chair, if I can, just to re-talk about doing my investigation. After speaking to all the parties and hearing the concerns, I did go back on November 12th. I'm sorry, on November 13th. Well, after learning on November 12th, my report, you can see I checked that there was no essay that was submitted and that the hearing was still moving forward. So with that being said, I went back out to the location and I decided to measure the location of where the daycare was, even though the statute and the laws don't require that, and that's not a factor currently with their application. I did measure it because it was a concern for Ms. Lewis. It's 263 feet from the proposed location of 25 Florida Avenue. And I did actually speak to an employee inside. The female employee stated that the daycare provided services to children from the ages of 6 months to 3 years old. And they currently had approximately 32 children. She also stated to me that the children did not walk down the street towards Smoking Things. They walked in an opposite direction to get to the playground. And she stated that most children are picked up by the parents off of Quincy Place, which is right directly behind that daycare center. I also decided to talk to a neighbor. I knocked on a couple doors. I finally got an answer at 27 Florida, which is actually the neighbor right next door. She said she opened the door, identified herself to her, and explained to her what I was my investigation, what I was conducting. She stated that she lived there for approximately 3 years, and she said that the building has been empty for most of the time that she's lived there, if not all the time. She said she wasn't a consumer of cannabis and didn't smoke cannabis, is what she said to me. And she said that she didn't have a problem with the retailer opening up next door. She only had one concern about people hanging out outside smoking cannabis on the sidewalk in public space. And that was the only concern that neighbor had. To continue down my report, Mr. Chair, if I may just talk about the zoning. The zoning of that location, according to zoning maps, is MU4 zone, which permits moderate density mixed use development, provides facilities for shopping and business needs, housing and mixed use for large segments of the District of Columbia outside of the central core, be located in a low and moderate density residential areas with access to main roadways or rapid transit stops, and include office employment centers, shopping centers, and moderate bulk use centers. According to the GIS system, there is no schools or recreation centers located within 300 feet. The daycare would not show up on that map because it's not a determining factor for a licensee. There is no nearby establishments within 400 feet of Smoking Things. The nearest establishment, which I didn't list, is going to be up the street on North Capitol because it's so far out of the area, which is going to be Cloud9, which is actually the current neighbor to Smoking Things, unlicensed operations there. The surrounding areas, I showed you the pictures, surrounded by mixed use of residents living next door. You had the daycare at that other end. Three-story homes are there that located. Building exterior, you saw the pictures I submitted. Moving down to the proposed hours of operation, this is the hours submitted on the application. Hours of operations they're requesting was from 9 a.m. to 10 p.m. and open to the public would be 10 a.m. to 9 p.m. as well. This is the days I went by the business. Obviously, they're not open. It's vacant. There's no activity to observe. Therefore, there's no activity to observe reference to the effects the establishment could have. That area location, 25 Florida, is really close to North Capitol Street. During traffic time, of course, it is a busy street with vehicular traffic on that main road. And that's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. You can close your screen, please.
Okay.
Any questions by any board members? Miss. All right, Miss Smith, any questions of Mr. Peru?
I do. I have a few questions. Thank you again, Investigator Peru. You mentioned that you spoke to the neighbor at 27 Florida Avenue. That's the property that abuts the proposed location?
It is.
Got it. And then you mentioned in your report that when you toured the space, you discussed options for use. Would you say that the space is sufficient to house a safe use facility?
Yes, definitely.
And also your report, you mentioned that there are no other medical cannabis licensees within 400 feet. If there were another licensee, what would happen?
Well, the statute says that you cannot be within 400 feet of another retailer. So Smoking Things wouldn't have been allowed to get placarded there if there was another location, and vice versa. Any other locations applying moving forward will not be able to be within 400 feet of Smoking Things.
And then the 3 times you visited the location, you mentioned that they're not open for business. Did you see loitering or anyone kind of standing or hanging around the building?
No, surprisingly, that corner seemed pretty quiet during my days passing by and being there.
No further questions for me. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Ms. Lewis, do you have any questions of Mr. Peru?
Yes, I do. Okay, so you mentioned that there was a parking lot that's next to the establishment. Are you aware that that's not actually a parking lot?
Well, I called it that because it's an empty lot. Yes, I there's no parking signs, and it looks like an abandoned property of some sort. I'm not sure what it previously was, but identified it as that because it's an empty lot.
All right, you did not see any cars parked on the lot.
No, there's a fence surrounding the business. No one's allowed to enter there.
Okay. You mentioned in your report that the establishment is not located within 300 feet of a school or center, correct?
Correct, according to the GIS map that's done based on requirements.
Okay, but based on your calculation, it is within 300 feet of a daycare center, correct?
The daycare center, which is not part of the GIS map, correct. It's 262 feet, I believe, is my report stated.
While you visited the location, did you monitor or note whether parents walked to or dropped their children off at the daycare?
I was informed by the daycare personnel. I did not see that myself, but I was told that too by the daycare.
That they did walk to the daycare center, right?
That some parents live close by and they do walk their kids there, yes.
Okay. Did you let the residents at 27 Florida know that the establishment applied for on-site smoking as well as a summer garden?
I discussed with her, yes, I discussed with her what the establishment was trying to do and explained to her the laws and regulations and what they could have based on their application.
Okay. How many establishments in DC have licenses for smoking on the premises and also summer gardens?
There's none that are currently open. There's been several applications. There's been one approved that I'm aware of, DC Holistic on Connecticut Avenue. But as of yet, they have not opened up or using that space.
Okay, so no establishments currently that have on-site smoking or summer gardens.
Several endorsements and applications, but no one has opened yet, correct.
Hold on one second. Are there any current stipulations or laws that state that the smelling of smoke, that smoke or cannabis smoke should not be smelled within a certain number of feet by children of any type?
Not that I'm aware of. I know their Department of Energy and Environment, DOEE in DC, was putting together some new policies and procedures for the cannabis industry since it's growing in DC. I have not yet seen any kind of final draft and what that references.
Okay. You mentioned that North Capitol was a busy area and you could perceive seeing a lot of traffic in that area during, rush hour. And it's also located on Florida Avenue, which is also a very busy corridor. Did you take time to take a look to see, what the parking is in that particular area?
Well, most of it is, I mean, there's very little parking, obviously, on Florida Avenue itself. The side streets off of Quincy would be residential mostly. But yes, parking is limited, I would say, around that area.
Is there any particular reason why you didn't speak to more residents other than the one abutting resident?
I knocked on several doors. Well, to be fair, per the statute, the ANCs are the only entities that are allowed to protest for a cannabis facility, right? So I knocked on, even visiting the daycare. I visited the daycare based on information you provided to me as a concern. So obviously that's something that I wanted to address. And I knocked on other doors with no answer. So I was fortunate to get the abutting property owner to speak with.
Okay. You noted, you stated that, according to your investigated history, that there were no ABCA violations. Did you look to see if there were any other violations for DC agencies at that particular property?
No, the Smoking Things has not been operating there, so the violations are based on the current operators, not anything that's happened in the past at that location. So it wouldn't be, in my experience doing these type of investigations, there's nothing that information would give me, because Smoking Things 2 is not at that location and hasn't been at that location. So no, I'm not aware of any other DC agency issues with 25 Florida Avenue.
So, the hours that you visited the premises, they seem to have been somewhere between like 1:30 and 3:30. Is there any reason why you did not visit early in the mornings or late in the afternoons, which is usually when, people go back and forth to work?
No particular reason. No, I drive by there on a regular basis for work around the city. So I pass by there every day several times. So, but I didn't sit there like I did on those days that that I mentioned.
Okay, so you took a picture of the lot because you stated that that was the area that was being proposed for a summer garden, but did you take a look at the backyard area in the back of the property, which is where I believe the summer garden was supposed to be?
Yeah, I look back there. It was a smaller space, but that was, once again, it was described to me that the thoughts of the parking lot and leasing that space for two reasons. They stated that they thought about doing it for parking, obviously parking being a concern and an issue in that area, for the retailer to have their own parking lot, and potentially if they could do the summer garden. That's all the information that I received.
Okay, but I'm just curious as to why you did not include a picture of the backyard space. Because it's an outdoor space, and if they had a license for a summer garden, they could use that as a summer garden. Is that correct?
I would have to see the space. I'd have to remember. I can't remember what the space looks like, but it wasn't pointed out to my attention that that was a space that they wanted to use. They talked about the indoor smoking on the second floor. I mean, on the top floor. Second, third is kind of tricky, but on the top floor where you saw the barbershop chairs, and they talked about potentially having the outdoor space, doing something with that lot next door. That's the only areas that I was aware of. So.
Okay. Okay, I think at this time I have no further question. Hold on, let me check one last time, sorry. Okay, no further questions.
All right, thank you, Ms. Lewis. Before releasing the witness, any questions by any board members before releasing the witness? No? All right, Mr. Peru, thank you very much for your testimony. You can have a great day.
Thank you. You guys too. Take care.
All right. Ms. Smith was your first witness.
My first witness is Destiny Story, just so she can go on about her work day. So I'd like to call her first, please.
Ms. Story, can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I swear.
Your witness, ma'am.
Thank you so much for joining us here today and agreeing to testify. Can you let us know where you live, please?
Yes, so I live on 29 S Street, Northwest Washington, D.C., in the Bloomingdale neighborhood.
How long have you lived in that neighborhood?
Going on 2 years. I moved here last July or 2 Julys ago.
Okay. And generally, can you tell us what you do for work? You don't have to say where you work or anything like that, but just kind of a general idea.
Yeah, so I'm a program director for an international nonprofit for women.
Thank you. So Mr. Thomas, as was stated by the investigator, Mr. Peru, had another location on North Capitol. Had you visited that location?
Yes.
Can you tell us about your experience going to that unlicensed facility?
Yeah, so it's actually a couple of blocks from my house, maybe 2 blocks at most. So I typically walk. Being I'm originally from Memphis, Tennessee. I didn't bring a car here, moving here, so I've always felt safe walking up that block to go visit. Every time I've gone in, staff has been friendly. I even refer to them as like my family away from home. Even making the neighborhood feel safer. I've never had an experience where I feel unsafe walking by myself, even as a woman inside or outside of the establishment.
Did you have a sense of the operations in that location? Like, did you feel like it was well run?
Yes, absolutely. I knew Jay was the owner. Employees have always been helpful and knowledgeable about everything.
And so currently, are you walking distance to 25 Florida Avenue, the proposed applicant's location?
Yes.
How long would it take you to walk there?
Less than 10 minutes, like maybe a 6-7 minute walk.
So being that you live in a neighborhood, you've visited unlicensed facilities, now this new law is passed, what's your perception around safety in medical marijuana establishments?
Yeah, I've never had an issue with safety and being a user. So I don't have a medical card yet, but I do plan on getting one with just like the new laws that have changed. And like one thing that I have been prescribed with is ADHD. So I've always been open to like alternate methods to help with my symptoms. Um, Everything has seemed safe to me inside and out. I've never felt any lack of safety in this neighborhood. I know we've talked a lot about like loitering, but that's never been like an experience, especially with this establishment. I've actually seen like more loitering at churches in the neighborhood than the unlicensed establishments.
Given that you live in the neighborhood, do you have any thoughts around property values and the opening of medical marijuana establishments and how you think that will affect kind of the value of where you live?
Yeah, I actually think the neighborhood is like really up and growing with younger people, millennials, Gen Z, Gen X. So I think it would actually increase the property value. I always have people coming in town or either who are new to the neighborhood and they're looking for things to do that are just friendly for our actual age group.
And given that you live in close proximity, what are your thoughts in terms of parking in this particular location or parking around that location and parking at the location you visited before?
Yeah, so I know the neighborhood is typically very quiet. Parking has never been an issue for anyone who's ever come to visit me. Personally, I do not drive, so it's not really something I could speak on, but I've never seen an issue with parking, or I've never had visitors come and they say like they felt unsafe or they've had like any experience with like carjacking or anything like that.
One final question, and you may or may not have thoughts on this. One of the things that's come up as well is this concept of ventilation and smoke kind of seeping out into the streets. Again, as a person who's used, do you have any concerns about ventilation in the proposed location, and what would be your thoughts on that?
No, I don't have any concerns on ventilation. I know many of my neighbors or just people in my neighborhood who also are users, and I've never like had an issue with like smelling something in my unit or even walking down the street and like smelling something from afar. So, no, no concerns with that.
I have no further questions for Ms. Story.
Ms. Lewis.
Good afternoon, Destiny. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good, thank you. Okay, so my questions are, I don't know if this is too personal, but do you have any children?
I do not have children, but I am a former teacher.
Okay, so do you know or believe whether or not cannabis smoke is safe for children?
I do not, but I have not heard any like statistical data that proves that. To me, it's always been just kind of a general bias or opinion, but if I'm wrong, please correct me.
Mhm. No. Have you witnessed, you say that you haven't witnessed any smoke from your neighbors and all, but have you gone out on the street and just witnessed just from cars passing by the smell of smoke in the neighborhood?
I think that's kind of hard to tell with just like like it's a busy street, like you said, Florida Avenue. So there are a lot of different smells. So I wouldn't just say smoke specifically stands out to me.
Okay. There was another location, I think Jam Dung. Are you familiar with Jam Dung?
Yes,
Yes.
I was not familiar that it was a cannabis lounge, but I do get food from there. I know it's a Jamaican restaurant.
On the upstairs second floor, I was wondering, that location is a little closer to you. Why did you select the smoking things, which is a little further away?
Yeah, because I actually was not familiar that there was a smoking area in Jamdong.
So are you aware of the number of carjackings and robberies in the Bloomingdale area? You said you feel safe.
Yeah, I feel safe, but I am originally from Memphis, Tennessee. So I've always felt like the narrative of crime and safety has always been a bit not really a concern for me. As I said, I'm a single woman. I'm a smaller woman, under 150 pounds. No car. I always walk everywhere. I have a roommate. I walk with her sometimes, but I've never felt a sense of feeling unsafe, even walking at night.
Mhm. Would you actually use or smoke on the premises at the proposed location, or are you the type of person that would smoke at home?
Absolutely not. I was smoking my own home.
Okay. I guess I have no further questions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions by the board members? Go ahead, Mr. Grant.
Good afternoon, Ms. Story. Thank you for being with us. I got a couple of questions just for clarification for my sake. One, are you related to anyone involved in the establishment?
No,
Okay. Do you have any financial interest in the establishment?
no.
And I ask those questions because typically when residents come in support of an applicant, I'm always curious what drives folks, and I think it's a good thing, but what drives folks to sit in a hearing like this with no interest and no relation to the applicant? Like, what drives you to sit here and spend your time and sacrifice your time, honestly, to dedicate your testimony to this hearing? So,
Yeah. So like I said, with my experience, I just moved here about 2 years ago. I'm really big on rooting myself in the community, not just with this establishment, but even my corner store that's around the corner. I know the cashiers by name, my coffee shops. I'm just like really big on intentional relationships. So even though I just come in there as a customer, James and his staff is all like they've always just made me feel on a professional level that I'm valued, I'm known in the neighborhood, and like I just like to know who I'm communicating with. So yeah.
well, Ms. Story, I appreciate that. The rest of us, have to be here, and you don't have to be here, but you came out today. So, thank you for that, Mr. Chair. No further questions.
Thank you. Any other questions by the board members? Mr. Meadows.
Yes, good afternoon, Ms. Story. Welcome to DC. It's great to have you a resident here for 2 years. You were mentioning that you used the previous establishment. I was trying to get some clarification. That was on North Capitol Street. Is that where there was like a Metro card store, like a MCS store? Is that on the left-hand side going North Capitol?
I'm
Right
not sure. I
south
know
of
there is
Florida?
Yeah, I'm not sure just because like I'm not really
Sure.
familiar with streets, but I know right at the corner there's a Chinese restaurant
Mhm.
and yeah, so if that's like the same, I always know that's right there. And then I know there's a restaurant called Pup and People diagonal from it.
Gotcha. Okay. And I'm not gonna discount your feelings of safety. I've lived in the city a long time. I know that neighborhood. Um, and I guess I could only say that if it was if a daycare could open up in that location, it must be safe enough for that
Right.
business. Yeah, but and so why did you no longer go to the previous store?
Which previous store? Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
I
Um,
can chime in if you want to
what?
know the status of the
Hold,
privatization.
hold on, ma'am. Do you
Okay.
do you have an objection?
I don't have an objection. She can answer.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, can you clarify the question?
I'll just withdraw it. And I thank you and all the best with all you're doing for women. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Lewis, do you have any questions of the witness based on the questions asked by the board? Not new questions, based on what the questions that the board members asked.
Well, it would be just clarification. So is the location that you visited next to Cloud9 location, the current Cloud9 location?
Yes.
No further questions.
Ms. Smith, any recross? For any redirect?
No.
Ms. Story, thank you very much for your testimony today. You are free to go, or you can sit around and watch. All right.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Ms. Lewis, do you have another witness?
You mean Ms. Smith?
I'm sorry, Miss Smith. I'm just bad with names, and I'm looking at you, and I put my cursor on the screen just to make sure that the right name pops up. I'm sorry, Miss Smith. Do you have another witness?
I do. I'd like to call Mr. James Thomas, the owner for applicant.
Mr. Thomas, can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Your witness, then.
Thank you. So, Mr. Thomas, can you just give us a little bit? First of all, can you tell us where you live?
4940 Street, A Street, Southeast DC, 2019.
So you're a district resident?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Can you tell us a bit about your professional background in the cannabis industry and operating a business?
Okay, well, my background came more or less when I came home after I was incarcerated. So when I came home, I figured out that DC had changed their laws. They had a law that was I-71, Initiative 71, which allowed people to gift, DC residents to gift marijuana to other people. So I would sell you a hat, then gift you marijuana. That started in pop-up shops. So I was working in pop-up shops for a while. But what I started to realize in pop-up shops that it was more than just recreational. A lot of people that attended the pop-ups, they were more like patients. They was coming there for medicinal purposes. So when they would come there for medicinal purposes, they would ask questions about like what this strand was for, would this help me with this, would this help me with that? So I started to do research on the matter. And the reason why I really started to do research on the matter because my mother and her sister both suffer from multiple sclerosis. So it gave me interest to say, well, which strands I could use as far as like for my mother, she suffers from more or less like early stages of dementia. My aunt suffers more or less like she's not as mobile. So one of them would need a sativa, which would be my mother, and then my aunt would more or less need indica, which was more like an antidepressant that would help with her pain.
So how many years would you say you have experience operating in the establishment under kind of the guise of DC regulations?
For over 8 years.
So you mentioned in the testimony has been by Investigator Peru that you operated another facility. Where was that located?
1705 North Capitol Street.
Okay. Can you tell us a little bit about that location and the operations of that location?
Okay, so the operations of that location that me and my team, me and my advisors, what we did was we went and did research on how we can open up establishment that still would be I-71 compliant. So first I had to get a business license, a license of occupancy, and then I had to buy goods as far as like clothes to be able to give away in order so I could give marijuana.
And so when you were operating that facility, obviously under a different set of laws, what were your thoughts on security and what did you do for security?
So what we did for security, I have 8 cameras. I have 2 in the front, 6 in the facility. Then I have a magnetized door where you will be buzzed in or out. So then I always had to, as far as like talk to my employees, as far as like training, as far as safety requirements, how many people should be in the store. And then when the whole COVID thing came, we would ask people to remove their masks so we could at least see their face and check for IDs. We would check IDs to make sure they were 21 upon entering the establishment.
So then you decided to obtain an application for 25 Florida Avenue.
Yes.
Tell me a bit about why you chose that location.
The reason why we chose that location is because upon research, we realized that North Capitol is part of the Great Streets. So the Great Streets is an area that was dictated by the mayor at some point to say that they wanted commerce to try to build in a budding place for people to be able to open up business and do commerce.
Okay, so you decided to open up. Did you do any research planning? Kind of what went into your business planning for this particular location?
The business planning, first and foremost, was the social equity aspect. That was our first point of research. The reason why it was social equity because of people like me that were coming home that were incarcerated for a period of time because we suffer from the effects of marijuana laws. So after that, we looked and seen that that was sort of like a place that was close to a metro center. And it was a place that people could walk. It was high traffic and highly visible for us to be able to open up and try to do our business model there.
Were you concerned about crime and opening up kind of a medical marijuana facility?
I mean, crime is always existed in the city, so that's always going to be an aspect of it. But the intention was to take a block and, we was going to add lights there, security systems. We would revitalize that block because that property has been abandoned and the property next to me has been abandoned for over 10 years.
Did you do any research on whether there was any correlation between crime and medical marijuana establishments?
Yes, I did. So it is part of the summaries. I don't know, it's something that I turned in. So basically, me paraphrasing that the opening up of a dispensary close to any neighborhood or close to other establishment doesn't pose more of an intimate danger as far as to the community than or a liquor store or any other thing.
Okay, so let's kind of go into the operations a little bit of your business. I know Peru talked about the hours. Can you just walk us through a person shows up at the front door of your establishment? What's the customer journey, so to speak?
Okay, the customer journey, when you see Mr. Peru, he showed you the entry point, not the basement. It was another level up there. So our idea was, as far as like, once we talked to Mr. Peru, we was going to leave that as strictly as a retail. So you might be able to come in there and just buy a t-shirt. You might want to buy like a souvenir if you're out of towner, a tourist or anything, a rolling tray, whatever the case may be. Now you have the opportunity to go downstairs, which is the basement area. That's going to be dedicated to nothing more than a dispensary. So in the dispensary, you'll be able to make a purchase and then you'll be able to exit out of that basement door that you're seeing on the street. Now, if you want to partake in the safe use facility, it will be a door where you'll be buzzed in and you'll be able to go upstairs and partake into the safe use facility.
So the floors are kind of separated via secure door.
Yes, it's going to be totally controlled movement.
Tell me a bit about security. Does the legislation have any requirements as it relates to security, or how do you plan to secure?
Yes, ABCA, in all actuality, we have to turn in a security plan to ABCA to let them know where our cameras is going to be, how we're going to run our day-to-day functions.
Tell me about your employees. Like, what sort of training will they get? as it relates to being on the site of the facility?
First and foremost, it will be safety first. Them being aware that the most important person there is the customers and or the people that live in that neighborhood. After that, it will be hospitality.
And then, so you have this plan for people coming in, like, what do you anticipate the volume, just based on having run an establishment and that you've done a lot of research?
Doing a lot of research as far as like with the closures of other, let's just say unlicensed operator, we're looking for anywhere between 60 to 75 people per day.
And do you have a sense of when the volume may spike in terms of timing?
What do you mean? During the course of a day?
Exactly.
Okay, during the course of a day from the business that we currently run now, the spike time will be anywhere between 12 and 5 o'clock. After 5 o'clock, we'll see a peak from maybe like 5 to 7.
And so what does someone need in order to access this facility that you're planning? How can a person gain access?
You would have to go through ABCA and get a medical marijuana card.
And as part of your training, like how will your staff verify that people have what they need in order to?
Because the staff will be required to check IDs and the marijuana medical card upon entering the facility.
So a lot of questions about safety in the area. And I know you talked about the security plan and everything like that, but kind of what are your thoughts on you opening this location at 25 Florida Avenue and what it will do specifically to that corner in terms of loitering, noise, safety, activity? Because it is, we all can admit, a very busy corner.
I mean, as of right now, when I walk down to the corner, because it's right down the street from my current location, you have a large homeless population there. You have 2 shelters there on the corner. So what we would try to do, we would try to circumvent some of that loitering by opening up in a business. So by opening up in a business, we don't want people loitering in front of our business. It's not good for our business. We don't want people just hanging around an establishment. So it would be my idea that opening up a store in that area, it would circumvent some of the loitering by the homeless population.
And do you anticipate your customers loitering on the street, smoking on the street, or any of that?
Absolutely not. Absolutely.
Why not?
Because first and foremost, it goes against the rules and regulations, and everything's going to be predicated on me not losing my license. Also, I also understand that there is a daycare center down the street from me. So I always have to keep in consideration the young people that are in that establishment, especially during the hours in which that daycare center is open. So it wouldn't be favorable for me to have people just smoking marijuana in front of the store.
You may not have an answer to this. I don't know if any of us do, but again, one of the issues that's been raised is the impact on the property values surrounding the neighborhood. Is that something you at all looked at or research you did when you were kind of planning to open this establishment?
Yes, actually we did. That's a part of the summary that we turned in. So what we turned in, that when medical marijuana dispensary opened up a neighborhood, it did not affect the property value of that neighborhood at all.
So what about parking? A lot's been said about an empty area that's not a parking lot that abuts your building. Obviously, we know it's a busy street. How do you plan to accommodate what could be increased demand for parking and your strategies for preventing your customers from being disruptive to the neighborhood as it relates to parking?
First and foremost, we're talking about parking in the District of Columbia. That's just so, but after that, we would talk about, like, I'm close to a metro, and it's a walkable neighborhood. Now, throughout the neighborhood, you have Quincy Street, you have parking available on Quincy Street. Besides rush hour, you have parking that's on North Capitol. That's right in front of the pub and the people. So there is parking because, like I said, the average person in the dispensary is just for you to make a purchase and go. Now, we are in negotiations with his name is Joe Mamos, with the abandoned lot next to me to try to secure that location so we can use parking there.
But you don't have a contract signed yet for that?
No, we just going over a letter of intent.
Let's talk about ventilation. So I understand that your application does have a request for an endorsement for a safe use facility. What's the plan or process for ventilation if there is going to be indoor smoking?
Okay, so the plan for indoor ventilation, we identified a system called Blue Ox. Blue Ox is a system that cleans the air between 12 to 16 times per hour. So our ideal is for the location, which is 3,100 square feet. We will only need one system and to put that at the top of the steps. But we're saying that because I know it's such a concern about people smelling smoke, we're willing to put 3 systems, 1 by the front door, 2 by the upstairs. So now the air will be cleaned between 48 times per hour, so it'll be virtually impossible for you to smell smoke.
Do you know what the statute requires of you in terms of ventilation and HVAC?
I mean, yes, I have a background in HVAC, but that's all through the Department of DOE.
Do you know what their requirements are? Like, how much do they require you to ventilate the space?
I mean, they would have to come out and, like, you know, walk it over with me. We don't have that information.
So do you anticipate that you may have kind of pop-up inspections from people kind of validating the air is clean and smoke and things like that?
Yes, through the agency, yes.
I do not believe I have any further questions from Mr. Thomas on direct. I do not.
Ms. Lewis, do you have any questions of Mr. Thomas?
Yes. Hello.
Hello, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you. How are you? Okay, so how many people do you anticipate going in and out of your establishment every day?
Between 60 and 75.
How many clients do you actually have?
What do you mean? I don't understand the question.
How many clients? How many clients do you have?
Well, I
Currently,
object because they're not
this is
open.
current.
Hold a minute. What's the nature of the objection?
It's
Hold on,
people.
hold on, Miss Lewis. Miss, you're raising an objection. Go ahead.
Right. My client's not open, so they don't have clients at this particular location. So it's just an estimate right now.
So as Miss Lewis, the business is not open. So I say, why are you asking that question about how many clients they have? Are you asking since the business is not open?
No. They're not open at 25 Florida Avenue.
Then you need to rephrase your question, ma'am, if you're asking a question about a different location.
Okay. At your current location on North Capitol Street, how many clients do you have?
My client base, I mean, I do 60 transactions a day. I don't like clients. We have new customers and old customers. So I would decline my clientele base. I couldn't really answer that question with a concrete answer.
So you don't know how many clients you have?
No, I can tell you how many transactions I do per day.
How many transactions do you do per day?
Currently 60.
Just 60. Did you not state at my single member district that you had over 3,000 transactions?
Since we've been open for 3 years, yes, I've had over 3,000 transactions since I've been open. Yes, ma'am.
Why is it that you have so much security at your at the current location?
I don't.
Cameras and.
Why do I have cameras at my?
Yeah. Why so much? Why is so much security necessary?
For the safety of my employees and the safety of my customers. I don't have a security guard. I told you I have a reinforced and magnetized door where you're buzzed in and out. Generally, I have 1 or 2 employees that work there at one time, and it's females that work there as well, where they'll be on the shift by themselves. So we take security measures. I don't have a lot of like on-site security people.
How, for the summer garden that you're proposing, you stated that you wanted to rent the lot next door for the purposes of a summer garden?
Yes, ma'am.
So there are no plans, absolutely no plans to use the rear of the property for the summer garden?
Absolutely not. The space isn't big enough for us to use that.
Did you not state at both the ANC and single member districts?
I'm gonna object because
I didn't ask the question.
Hold on.
you're
hold on,
right.
hold-
My
hold on.
apologies.
What's the question, Miss Lewis?
Did you not tell the communities at the single member district and the ANC meetings that you would be willing to forego the summer garden?
Yes, ma'am, I did. Yes, ma'am.
And are you still willing to forego the summer garden?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Are you aware that there have been robberies in the 1700 block of North Capitol Street, which is near your current location, of individuals that have purchased from smoke shops?
I mean, yes, crime happens. Yes, crime happens. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Let's see, sorry. And would you not consider just having a treatment facility with just edibles and vaping and not the cannabis smoking?
No, ma'am, that's not good for my business model.
Do you currently have that?
Do I currently have
Have smoking at your current establishment? On site?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So why is it so important to have it at this site?
I'm gonna object to the question. She's asking, I'm objecting to the question because the legislation is new. So my client submitted an application when the application period opened.
No, I think that it's a fair question. I mean, he's asking for some additional endorsements. And so I think she's just asking him why is he specifically asking for a safe use treatment facility. He doesn't have to. And I think the question that was asked before, I think Ms. Lewis had asked, hold on, sir, the licensee, I'm sorry, Ms. Lewis had asked Mr. Peru about how many licenses were for safe use treatment were in operation. So that's a fair question. So if he can answer the question, he should.
Yes, I can answer that question. So, Ms. Lewis, the reason why we chose that is because district residents know that it is not, as far as like, it is not allowed for you to use marijuana in your homes. A lot of times that will break your lease. So all these new apartment buildings that's being built, or people leasing properties, homes, et cetera, we will want to give them somewhere to come consume marijuana in a central location so it can be in a controlled environment.
Okay. Again, one more question with regards to crime. Are you aware at the shooting that happened at the property next door to you at Cloud 9?
Yes, ma'am. Absolutely. Yes, I am.
Okay. So do you believe that smoke shops are probably more at risk for safety reasons or
Okay.
crime?
Okay, to answer your question, you're answering the question a little wrong. It wasn't at Cloud 9 that the shooting took place. It was at another establishment that was totally it was totally illegal. So therefore, you have your locations wrong. It was a pop-up that was existing next door to me in Cloud 9. They didn't have no licenses or anything. The shooting took place in that establishment because they were totally illegally anyway. So I cannot correlate that violence that took place in a pop-up opposed to two established storefronts that have been in existence or operating, because Cloud9 was there before me. They've been operating for over 3 years. I've been operating for just under 3 years. Cloud9 has never experienced a shooting, and nor has Smoking Things.
Okay. But you do acknowledge that even the pop-up shop did have a shooting at the establishment?
Yes.
Okay, I have, so I don't think I have any further questions.
Thank you, Ms. Lewis. Any questions by any board members? Mr. Meadows.
Good afternoon, Mr. Thomas. You were mentioning that you've met with the ANC. Were you and the ANC unable to come to some
Mr. Meadows, we can't go there.
Okay. We
All
can't.
right. No, we
Okay.
can't go there.
All right. Do you have a plan on noise and music? If you have this indoor safe space, and do you have any plans on how to rectify? You spoke about the filtration system for the smoke. Do you have any plans for music? You're not planning live entertainment, things of that nature?
No. We're not playing any live entertainment. It's the same thing I have with my current store. It'd be more like a jazz board type environment because it's with marijuana smokers. That's not like something like a live band or a lot of people like loud music, et cetera, et cetera.
Okay, and are you offering delivery services?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
No problem.
All right. Any other questions by the board members? Mr. Thomas, and I think maybe I heard wrong, so I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt because I think I might have heard wrong. Do you currently have a license to sell cannabis in the District of Columbia, sir?
No, sir. Not currently.
And are you aware that if you do not currently have a license to sell cannabis in the District of Columbia, no, Miss Lewis, put your hand down, ma'am. Are you aware that if you do not currently have a license to sell cannabis in the District of Columbia, that you cannot sell or you cannot sell cannabis in DC? Are you aware of that, sir?
As far as my conversation per Mr. Jason Peru is that the unlicensed operators will have to shut down in March 31st. That was from my understanding.
What do you mean as far as what do you mean March 31st?
Because I started, my store is not we apply the application as an unlicensed operator. So it was already established that we already had I-71 stores that were in the District of Columbia. Now, per the approval, according to ABCA, per the approval of a license, I would have to completely shut down any sales that I have. I haven't been approved for a license. Why? Because in 1705, I was in the appeal process from Cloud 9 because I'm second in line to Cloud 9. Cloud 9 has to get all the way through as far as being totally approved. Then I would have to shut down that location and try to move that license because they're approved for that location. I was operating under the understanding of poor ABCA of an unlicensed operator.
But you're, as an unlicensed operator, well, all right. You're aware that within the District of Columbia, without a license, an individual cannot sell cannabis without a license. Are you aware of that? Until ABCA has issued a license, you are aware that you cannot sell cannabis. Are you aware of that?
Yes, we're transitioning into the license standpoint, into the medical standpoint. Yes, I'm aware of that.
We're not talking about transitioning. I'm talking about that. Are you aware that if you are applying for a license, that you are in the process that you should not be selling cannabis within the District of Columbia.
So is it also your understanding, Mr. Anderson, that, for instance, Cloud9 is applying, they were an unlicensed operator operating under the statute. They're currently in the application process for the license, and it's the statute you're saying reads that they can't operate in between that period of time of becoming licensed.
Well, I'll just give you the analysis of an alcohol. If you are applying to be licensed to sell alcohol, unless you have a license, you cannot sell alcohol in a commercial space.
Correct, because there was the analogy I understand, but we have to acknowledge that there was this period of time where there were unlicensed operators that had particular regulations they had to follow in order to sell.
I'm asking some questions. I mean, I think that I mean, maybe there needs to be clarification to operators what the current state of the law is.
I think so, and I know that there was recently a lawsuit by some unlicensed operators against DC, maybe because of that lack of clarification.
All right, so, but I will leave it at there. I just want to, I'm just asking whether or not you was aware that you need a license to legally, and you need to have a medical cannabis license to legally sell cannabis within the District of Columbia.
And that's why we're here today.
All right. All right. Ms. Lewis, do you have any questions? Any redirect?
Yes, I do. Sorry.
Yes,
It was
Ms.
a
Lewis.
follow-up question to something that David Meadows brought up.
What is that, ma'am? What was the question, ma'am?
With regards to noise, because you did say, I didn't see anything with regards to an entertainment license, so I was not aware that you would be having music. So, or do you plan on having any type of soundproofing? Because you do have an abutting neighborhood, an abutting neighbor. So what are your plans for soundproofing?
I'm not going to, like I told Mr. Meadows, I'm not playing music that loud. I don't plan to have live bands or anything of that nature. It'll be the same thing as if you're playing music in your house and you're enjoying music through your house or watching your TV. It'll be the same volume system, the same decimal amount.
Okay, and sorry, there was one other question that I neglected to ask.
No, ma'am. If it was not brought up if you can't tie it to one of the questions that what I asked or Mr. Meadows asked, you cannot ask it, ma'am.
Okay, it's okay.
All right, then. Ms. Smith, any redirect?
I do. So you mentioned you won't have live bands. Do you know if the statute says anything about music in your establishment?
No, there is nothing that I've read in the rules and regulations from ABCA that says anything about music.
Would you say that your music would be similar to if you go into a store and you're playing music in the background?
Yes, ma'am.
No further questions.
Mr. Thomas, thank you very much for your testimony today. Ms. Smith, do you have another witness?
I do not have another witness.
Thank you. Ms. Lewis, do you have a witness you wish to call?
My one and only witness, yes.
And who's that witness, ma'am?
That would be Carl Hoffman.
Mr. Hoffman, can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, your witness.
Can you hear me all right? My name is Carl Hoffman. I live at 35 Florida Avenue, which is about 4 or 5 houses down the street on the very same side, the very same block as 25 Florida. I'm a native Washingtonian. I'm a graduate of DC Public Schools K through 12. I've lived in my current house since 2010, almost 15 years. I'm a freelance journalist. I'm home most days of every day. So I have a long history of observing and close observance of the neighborhood, the block, and I'm speaking in strong opposition to smoke and tings. Before I start, though, I want to make something really clear, and that is nowhere on any of the applications that I have seen or in any of the discussions with the ANC, prior discussions, or even in the information submitted by Smoke and Tings most recently, with the exception of the investigators report, is there any mention of using a summer garden in the Joe Mamo lot? That is complete out of nowhere, number one. And number two, that's complete conjecture. I mean, it's a huge lot that's locked, that's fenced, that has been a subject of years of controversy in the neighborhood, that is private, that the neighborhood has had, and the ANC and all the neighborhood associations have had many discussions about. Most recently, a discussion about having some kind of open air venue there that was brought forth by our city councilman, and that was widely rejected by all the people in the neighborhood and all the neighbors. So, you know, this whole thing about the Mamo lot, both for parking, and for a garden, is just complete conjecture, and it's a huge lot. You know, there's nothing in the application. Do they want to take 20 square feet of it, or 1,000 square feet of it, or 2,000 square feet of it? I mean, I don't think that it could even be a subject for discussion. It's not in any of their proposals. Set that aside for now.
Can you hold on a minute, sir?
No, I'm in the middle of my testimony.
Sir,
Yeah.
I am the board chair. I'm the chairman of this board, okay? So I can, you know, so I don't need you to tell me that you're in the middle of your testimony, sir, okay? All right, go ahead. Go ahead, it's fine. Go ahead, Ms. Lewis.
So I've read Smoke and Ting's statements. I've read the report from the investigator. I want to say I'm not opposed on any ethical or moral grounds to cannabis use or dispensaries. I'm not opposed to drinking alcohol or alcohol stores. I'm not opposed to Smoke and Tings on North Capitol Street, and I have no objections to any dispensaries on North Capitol. But location is everything. And 25 Florida is the wrong location for a dispensary, just as it would be a wrong location for a liquor store. And Ms. Story, the previous testifier, lives blocks away on S or T Street, and there's a vast difference between Bloomingdale, north of Florida, and between this street and this block in particular, which has been problematic for years. A medical cannabis retailer at 24 Florida Avenue would negatively impact the peace, order, and quiet of this area, and would further impede and crowd residential parking needs and vehicular and pedestrian safety at and around 25 Florida. It contradicts DC Council's own recommendations for daycare proximity 400 feet regarding subjecting preschoolers to the smell of marijuana, a huge factor when we're talking about a summer garden, and would be in a building whose landlord has been and is currently in violation of numerous health, safety, and building issues. 25 Florida Avenue stands at one of the most problematic and crime-ridden corners of the city. I'm not talking about crime in some vague way out in the city. I'm not talking about crime on S Street or T Street, a corner that ANC 5E, Bloomingdale Civic Association, Bates Area Citizens Associations, and individual residents have been struggling with for years. It abuts the so-called Mamo lot, as we've discussed, a large vacant lot at the northwest corner of North Capitol in Florida that is a long-time open-air drug market in and of itself, and directly across the street from a city-owned parcel that, too, has been vacant for many years and is a site of frequent drug use and people living in tents. This isn't some anxiety or supposition. Since 2010, there have been 59 murders, 579 assaults with
Hold on.
deadly
Is there
weapons.
what is the question? I mean, at what point, Miss Lewis? I needed to ask pointed question. We cannot have the witness just speak for 20 minutes.
Well, I'm not speaking for 20 minutes. I'm giving a statement.
Mr. Hoffman. I need some decorum from you, sir.
I'm being completely decorous. I'm trying to give my statement. It's not 20 minutes.
This is not a statement. We don't give statements. This is a hearing, sir. Miss Lewis is supposed to ask you a pointed question, and you're supposed to answer the question. And we're not. And Miss Smith, as an attorney, I expect you to make sure that this happens.
We have other people, but Miss Story gave a testimony.
Mr. Hoffman.
My question to Carl, it would be on Mr. Hoffman, is what is your experience living in this neighborhood?
Well, my experience has been one of constant crime and disruption at that corner. 59 murders, 579 assaults with a deadly weapon, 1,687 violent crimes within 0.37 miles or 2,000 feet of 25 Florida. 40 of those homicides since 2016 alone. And those are according to DC MPD crime statistics. People have opened fire directly across from my house at 35 Florida. They've shot people sitting 10 feet away from 25 Florida. And those statistics don't include gunshots fired and arguments and fights that don't result in arrests, many of which take place on a daily basis. As a resident, I've had to fight constant people passed out on the street and sidewalk, literally in front of the Joe Mamo lot, in front of 25 Florida, in front of my own house. There's almost not a day sometimes that EMTs don't have to come and pick people off the streets. People use that a long time struggle we all have in the unit block of Florida with people using our stairs and basement wells as bathrooms and inconvenient places for sex and drugs. Again, this isn't supposition. This is my experience.
Okay. So another question I have with regards to the daycare center. Have you witnessed or noticed the teachers and children passing by the area of the Joe Mamo lot going and parents on their way to bring children to school?
Yes, I mean, it's constant. As the investigator said, the children, when they go out for walks from Petite Scholars, don't walk to the left, they don't walk east, they usually walk west. But of course, teachers and parents walk by all the time. And according to, this memo from Phil Mendelson, dated September 7th, 2024, it says that that board should prohibit summer garden endorsements to retailers who are within 400 feet of daycare center because it allows because children will smell the smoke. And that is, the 25 Florida is within 263 feet by its own recommendation, by the investigator's own research. Another thing is that the investigator said that the Petite Scholars woman said that pickups are done on Quincy Street. That's not true. There's no entrance or exit from Petite Scholars on Quincy Street, period. The only entrance is on Florida Avenue, 263 feet from Smoke and Tings and from their potential summer garden where, and as the operator said, 5 o'clock-ish is a time of most intense use potential. And that is a time between 4 and 6 when parents are picking up their children.
What are well, you've already stated. How did you find out about the license or the application for the license?
I found out from you. You can't read it. The notice was posted on the window, and if you actually on not the window, the door of 25 Florida, and if you If you even look at the photos provided by the investigator, you'll see that the door is up at the top of the stairs behind locked metal fences that, and I can't even read that even with my glasses on.
Okay.
Parking is an issue.
Okay. And are you opposed to the establishment opening at the 25 Florida Avenue location?
Well, I'm not inherently opposed to an establishment opening there. I'm opposed to Smoke and Tings, a cannabis retailer, opening there, in particular with a summer garden, either in its backyard or even at potentially Joe Mamo. Though I think the Joe Mamo issue is one that is a community, it's not even on the application. So I don't know why it's even being considered or discussed. It's just an idea.
Okay.
And I'm opposed, I have to say, and I'm opposed to all the potential traffic problems. Florida, neither the investigator nor the operator have really captured it. Florida, of course, is a no parking anytime, 24/7. The north block of North Capitol immediately to the east of 25 Florida is no parking anytime. The only possible parking to be on Quincy Place behind or Q Street in front of, which are already crowded and often impossible to park on in any given day. So I don't know where somebody's going to park, and unless they double park or park illegally on Florida, which is just going to disrupt traffic and be a potential cause for accidents.
We've heard testimony about the safety of the area, Bloomingdale. Are you aware of any incidents with the petite scholars, teachers?
Yeah, I mean, the violence is everywhere on this block. It's not throughout all of Bloomingdale. It's in particular on the unit block of Florida Northwest and the adjoining blocks of North Capitol. And, I mean, there's the issue of somebody, a petite scholars teachers and students were assaulted by an individual, and that individual is about to be released into the general population again. And he's a habitué of this corner and all of the activities of it, the drug market, the loitering, the tents, the fires.
Okay. Is there anything else that you'd like to make mention of to the board with regards to your opposition to this application?
Well, on top of all these issues, the owner of 25 Florida, the operator here is just leasing the building, and the owner is a landlord of Smoke and Things. It's been cited repeatedly by the Department of Buildings, the ABCD, the DDOT, and DC Health Department for violations at both 25 Florida and Sohal Wine and Spirit and Glassy, his liquor store and restaurant that are 1 block away. Sohal Wine and Spirit and Glassy have both separately been cited 5 times each in the last few years from the Department of Health violations. 25 Florida itself, the building under Sohal, has been given stop work orders twice since September 2023 by the Department of Buildings, and was recently given a 3rd stop work order for illegal construction for a liquor store, and those violations remain outstanding. I mean, the last thing this struggling block needs is a cannabis retailer with on-site outdoor facility on the corner in a building owned by a recurrent violator of health, safety, and Department of Building permit regulations. You wouldn't allow a liquor store in a building and under the ownership of a landlord with constant violations. Why would we allow that for a cannabis retailer? And on top of that, I just want to ask that it's kind of incredible that this is all taking place when it turns out that the person asking for the endorsement is direct violation of the law at this very moment. I mean, what does that speak to? How is it possible to give a
Objection.
recommendation?
Let's. All right. I'm not sure you can object to the answer. There's no question.
Fact.
So, all right. Is there another question, Ms. Lewis? I thought you're done with your questions and you just ask him. And so, is that it, ma'am?
Yes.
Ms. Smith, do you have any questions of the witness?
I do, Mr. Hoffman, thank you for being here with us today.
My pleasure. Thank you.
So you mentioned you're not opposed to a facility just in your neighborhood, you're opposed.
Well, it's not that it's not my neighborhood I'm opposed to. I'd be happy for it in its current location or anywhere on North Capitol Street. I'm just saying on this block in this building is the wrong place because of the long history of problems and problems of multitudes.
Understood. How long has the building been empty? Do you happen to know? I know you've lived there for a while. Do you know how long it's been vacant?
It was vacated early in the pandemic.
So 2020, it's been vacant.
2020, 2022, somewhere in there.
Okay. Our understanding is that it was longer, but let's go with your number. Is it your belief that there needs to be some sort of activity there on the corner to maybe curb some of these things you're speaking about?
Well, there's lots of different, as I said, there's lots of different kinds of businesses. So, I mean, it's zoned commercial or MU4. So I certainly can't prevent a commercial business from operating there. I just think, as I said, they're very strict. The fact that there's a board regulating liquor stores and cannabis stores tells you something about those places. They're there for a reason. And I'm saying that I don't think there should be a liquor store or a cannabis store in that location.
And I think part of your testimony was this, you spent a lot of time talking about murders and crime and things on the block. I don't think you gave us a correlation between crime and medical marijuana facilities. Do you have any information on that correlation?
Well, I don't have any specific correlation, no, but I mean, as I said, again, there's a reason that liquor stores and cannabis stores are limited in number on any one particular block. And the operator himself talks about security and cameras and locked doors, and that speaks for itself as the kinds of issues that arise with these kinds of businesses.
Have you read the legislation?
Do I have a scientific correlation in my hand? No, I don't.
Okay. Have you taken have you read the legislation that DC Council has set forth on the operation of these establishments?
I read the letter from the memo to the Committee of the Whole from Phil Mendelson dated in September of this year, and its recommendations. And it was from that I pulled the very specific recommendation that no cannabis retailer should be within 400 feet in which smoke is being outside, no summer garden, to be specific, should be within 400 feet of a daycare center, not preschool, but specifically a daycare center.
Have you read any of the legislation as it relates to safety and operations? Do you know?
I've read some.
Okay. And so if a business were operating within those laws that DC set forth, is that still problematic for you?
Well, I can't prevent it. So
you talked a little bit about parking, and then you mentioned that there were liquor stores and other things close by. Where do people park now when they go to the various establishments on North Capitol in Florida?
Well, when people go to things on North Capitol, I assume they park on North Capitol, and there are no businesses on the immediate east side block of North Capitol. There's no parking, and there are no businesses at all. Nor is there parking or businesses except for a ribs place, which has its own dedicated private parking lot on the other side. there's a medical, or there was, I may be closed right now, in the block of North Capitol, just south of 25 Florida. I have no, as there are liquor stores, and I have no problem with those. There is a liquor store on the corner of First and Florida, which is owned by the landlord of 25 Florida, and that's the businesses has had massive violations that are constant. It's in violation now, and most people who go there are just walk-ins.
Oh, there are people in the neighborhood walk to locations.
I think so. I mean, I don't have a granular analysis of his liquor store business.
So people find places to park on North Capitol when they are
And
going
it's
to
a problem. I don't know about North Capitol. I mean, I don't live there, but I say there's no parking on North Capitol right there. I don't mean there's no spaces. I mean, it's literally, you're not allowed to park there. As for the liquor store, I mean, I wouldn't want a liquor store opening up there. It was there when I moved. I can't do anything about it. There's massive parking problems in the neighborhood, and no one's really addressed that.
Do
And
you
this
drive
isn't
in the
gonna
city,
help.
Mr. Hoffman?
I do.
So when you go to neighborhoods that are crowded, where do you park?
I park in the street. I'm part of the problem. But I'm not going to I'm trying to keep people from making the parking worse in this neighborhood.
Understood. And I just want to be clear, you are aware that this particular shop is a medical marijuana facility?
That's correct.
Okay. I don't have any more questions for Mr. Hoffman. Thank you for your testimony so much.
You're welcome.
Any questions by any board members? All right. Mr. Hoffman, thank you very much for your testimony today.
You're welcome. I hope you make the right decision.
Ms. Lewis, do you have another witness?
No, I do not, unfortunately.
Do you rest?
Well, we weren't able to make opening statements. Are we going to be able to make closing statements?
Of course, but yeah, yes, you're gonna the licensee goes first, and then you go second. But this is a time of witnesses. That's why I was asking you.
Okay.
Do you have any other witness?
I do rest. I have no witnesses. I wasn't able to continue, so.
And ma'am, as I said before, this
I understand. I'm just saying.
right. Yeah, but I just want to record this case was previously continued. You did not request a continuance from the licensee, from the applicant. You requested it today. The applicant did not consent to it, and they stated that the delay and the costs they would not agree to continue this hearing again, and so that's why. All right. So let me all right. So you have no more witnesses. Is that correct? All right. All right. Let me take I need to go off the record for 3 minutes, and I'll come back because I told you I had a hard stop at 4. So, but let me get it's 3:24 now. We'll be off the record until 3:30, and then I will let you know whether or not I will take the break now or 4 o'clock. But so we're off the record until 3:30. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
I'm here. But
All right, we're back in the record. All right, so the ANC is rested. Any rebuttal witness by you, Ms. Smith?
No, no rebuttal witness.
All right. But how long do you think your so we're ready for closing the record. So the record is now closed. About how long you believe that your closing will take?
2 minutes.
And Ms. Lewis, about how long do you believe your closing will take?
About the same.
All right. All right. Now I was going to say, because I was going to take a break now, but if your closing is going to be short, then we can do this and conclude the case before I take a break. Okay, fine. So now it's time for closing. So Ms. Smith, let me see. All right, so Ms. Smith, go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you again for the opportunity to be before the board today on this application. I think that what the evidence showed is while people have a lot of concerns about things, there's no kind of correlation or evidence that that's the case. I think DC, like a lot of jurisdictions, after years of criminalizing marijuana, disproportionately affecting certain segments of the population, spent significant time crafting legislation, thoughtful legislation, legalizing the use for medicinal purposes, making sure that it was not only fair and equitable, but that the product was safe, the operators were safe, neighborhoods were safe, and that all of these concerns were met. And it's a pretty detailed legislation, and my clients have read it, they understand it, and they fully intend on operating within those parameters. They in fact have no incentive to operate outside of the thoughtful legislation put forth by DC on how they operate their business. They're a reputable business owner. They're obviously in commerce, so they want to make money. And some of the things that were discussed in terms of violence and loitering and smoke, none of those contribute to my client's bottom line. They have no interest in being a disruption to the neighborhood. They have no interest in being a disruption to the daycare. The children are between 3 months or 6 months and 3 years old. No benefit to break the legislation with regard to ventilation, and those sorts of things. And so I would just hope that the board would, compare my client's operations to what is lawful in their operations and grant them their application and their license.
Thank you. Hold on 1 minute, Miss Lewis. Just hold on 1 minute, please, okay? I'm sorry, go ahead, Miss Lewis.
Members of the board, thank you for giving us the opportunity to present to you. This is my third hearing today. It's been a busy day. But I came before you on behalf of ANC 5E and the surrounding community. Members of the community have reached out to me with regards to the concerns about the proximity of the proposed smoking tanks establishment to the Petite Scholars Bloomingdale location. Over 300 concerned parents have signed a petition stating that they oppose a medical cannabis retailer near daycare centers. And I'm sure that you've been able to see the written testimonies and letters that have been submitted in the exhibits. It's unfortunate that current laws do not protect our young children. There are laws on the books for children in DC public schools, but none that protect children in daycares. The community and the residents which is the residents and businesses, the DC Council, the mayor recognize that children in daycares should also have protection, which is why B 250581, the Medical Clarification Amendment Act of 2024, was supported by the council and the mayor and is now under congressional review. This act will recognize and give standing to daycare centers to oppose cannabis licenses. As previously stated, there is a time and there is a place for everything. And I hope that the ABCA board will concur that this is not the time to start having establishments with cannabis smoking indoors as well as outdoors that will impact children and residents, especially the summer gardens. You know, vaping and gummies indoors are okay, but smoking is a concern to the residents.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Lewis. All right. The record is now closed. All right. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, in accordance with DC Official Code Section 2575 of the Open Meetings Act, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting for the purpose of seeking legal advice from our counsel on case number 24 PRO 00085 Smoke and Tinks 2. For the reasons cited pursuant to DC Official Code Section 2575B4A of the Open Meetings Act, and deliberating upon case number 24 PRO 00085 Smoke and Tinks 2 Inc. For the reasons cited in DC Official Code Section 2575B13 of the Open Meetings Act. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. I'll now take a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. As it appears that the motion has passed, I hereby give notice that the ABC Board will recess its proceedings to hold a closed meeting pursuant to Section 2575 of the Open Meetings Act. Thank you very much for your presentation, your participation today. The board will issue a decision in 75 days. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Okay. Thank you. And I have one last thing to do, and then we're close. All right. Thank you. All right. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, in accordance with Title III, Chapter 405, Office of Open Government, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting on December 4th, for the purpose of discussing and hearing reports concerning the ongoing or planned investigations of alleged criminal or civil misconduct or violations of law and regulations, and seeking legal advice from our legal counsel on the board's investigative agenda, legal agenda, and licensing agenda for December 4th, as published in the DC Register on November 29th. Is there a second?
Mr. Meadows, I second.
Mr. Meadows, I second the motion. I will now take a roll call vote on the motion before us now that has been seconded. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. As it appears that the motion has passed, I hereby give notice that the ABC Board will hold this closed meeting. Pursuant to the Open Meetings Act, notice will also be posted on the ABC Board Hearing Room Bulletin Board, placed on electronic calendar on ABCA's website, and published in DC Register in as timely a manner as practical. We are now adjourned for the day. I would like to thank the members of the public who have participated in this hearing today, and all the board members who have participated. We're now adjourned for the day. What I'm going to ask the board members to do, it's now 3:40. I would ask that you log into executive session at 4 o'clock. So log into executive session. So we're off the record, and then I'll ask you to log into executive session at 4 o'clock. All right? Thank you. All right then. Bye-bye.